Welcome to another episode of the Lance Scurv Show. Today, we are going to go places that many people haven't. They're afraid to go. On today's show title, Homos and HOTEPs. Can the pro-Black community and the LGBT community ever unite? Now, let me just say that this particular show is not about saying if certain things are right or wrong as far as the LGBT community. Well, you know, God didn't make it this way. Look, this is the angle I'm coming from, right? And we can kind of go there too, but we're not going to be rolling around in the dirt, giving the same old argument. If you want to know what I'm showing over my shoulder, it's Paris is Burning, you know, a movie that I happen to like very much because not that I am in the LGBT community, but it's based in New York. And that's a culture that I've known growing up. Okay. So I have my feelings on certain things. I'm going to speak them. But again, we're speaking about Black people uniting because I feel that too many of us are separated in the first place. Right. And I think it's to someone else's advantage that we are not united. Okay. It doesn't mean that everybody's going to agree immediately. Right. But this is like a sit down between mafia families, like on the old mobster movies, right? This is a sit down. We're not going to come to a conclusion, most likely by the end. There will be no conclusion sometimes, maybe even for years, but we can move closer together because I'm speaking from the premise that no matter who you are, if you're Black, the oppressor doesn't care what you're into, what your religion is, whether you come from the North or the South or the Caribbean or the motherland, whether you make six figures or whether you just flip burgers and make minimum wage at a fast food joint, whether you're a Mason, whether you're a Methodist, whether you're an atheist, when your back is turned and that oppressor's gun is pointed your way, right, to kill you because of the packaging, the melanated packaging that you come in, they don't care. So why are we separated? It's to other people's advantage that we are separated. We're going to make some bold statements here. We're going to share some ideas here that will get people to think very emotional. Look, this is a very emotional, sometimes situation. But like that doctor that's operating on a loved one, he has to go in and operate with surgical precision with no emotion. And you're on the side as a loved one freaking out, but that's okay because that's what you do. It's called and a loved one is injured in a position that makes you emotional. That person, that EMS worker cannot be. He has a job to perform. So tonight we have a task and a job to perform. It's going to be very entertaining. It's going to be very insightful, and it's going to make you think. And I can't cut my brother and sisters off who may be in the LGBT community. Yes, when I grew up in New York City, I used to say things. I used to think things, not straight up hate, but just sometimes ignorant things. But I went to a high school, the High School of Art and Design on the east side of Manhattan, 57th Street and 2nd Avenue. And guess what was in there predominantly? So it's not like I'm not exposed and don't know, but we as a community have to come together because if you go up to Flint, Michigan, it didn't say, well, the water is going to be poisoned and messed up just for straight people. Gay people got it. There are people who are gay that we don't know are gay, that are in the LGBT community. That might be a heart specialist that's going to operate on your loved one. That might be the best heart specialist out there. What you going to say? Let them die because they're gay? No, and I'm not. And I do feel that there's also an agenda out here, but not in the way that most people take it. I don't feel that everybody in the LGBT community has a card that it's an agenda. But I think that the oppressor of us all, it's to his advantage to take away Black manhood. You show gay men on the screen who are effeminate. Well, show some who are masculine also. Show some who are about the Black family also. Many people on the straight side, and there are on those sides. We're just talking, and I'm going to introduce my co-host. He's not a guest, but he's a co-host. I'm just venting off to get the ball rolling. Many people say, well, the very thought of the LGBT community. Can they procreate? They can't. So that therefore, they're not about the family. Okay, I can understand a person saying that. But what about that man that doesn't want to take care of his kids, who can create life as far as another human being, right? So he walks away from his kids. He walks away from his wife. Is he pro-family because he has a set of nuts that has sperm that can fertilize an egg, right? So these are the things we have to think, all right? Is that a good example? And I'm not pushing up one or the other, but I'm open for the dialogue. Now here we have Brother Davion from Conscious TV. And that's his YouTube channel. And I want him to introduce himself. I want him to kick off the conversation. And for those who want to call in and add their opinion, call in. Feel free to do so at 888-575-3769. But mute your phone until Davion is ready for the lines to be open. Because I want us to leave this show feeling empty in a good way, because we got a chance to speak and go down to the nitty gritty, break down some fallacies, and come together as people of color. Because you know what? I'm not going to go and hate my brother and sister because of what they may do in the bedroom behind closed doors. My opinion is that none of us should really know what anybody does behind closed doors, right? So I'm speaking from a position of love. And we'll take it from there, because somebody who's out there doesn't want us as a people to love on each other. Any differences we have, we'll settle it ourselves. We don't need the oppressor to think for us. Davion, come on and tell everybody how we first met online and how we came to this point. Welcome to the Lance Scurv Show.
Well, thank you for even sharing your platform with me. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this subject. I think it's a touchy subject, but it's a necessary conversation to have, because there is a lot of tension between especially the Black heterosexual community and the LGBT community. I was first exposed to your material by one of your subscribers, actually, by the name of D-Rock. He's also subscribed to my channel. He's also a good friend of mine, and he had asked me to do a review for a video you had did about a statement that RuPaul had made regarding LGBT persons and heterosexuals, in terms of us being accessories, etc. This call is being recorded.
Okay, keep going when you hear that. That's just people popping in. And again, when you do call in, mute your phone until we're ready to open the lines. But I think I know exactly who this is. But go ahead, Davion.
And so I had made a review video in response to some of the statements that you were making, which I felt really represented a large portion of the heterosexual mentality in terms of certain curiosities and certain mentalities when it comes to the LGBT community. And you reached back out to me and appreciated the video. Also uploaded it to your channel.
Yes.
And you invited me here, and this is where we at.
I think I made like $5 or $6 off of that video, so I'm going to split it to you and send it to you.
That works.
Yes, I have a lot of my brothers and sisters here. I just want to reach out and yes, Nick Taylor, Britton Ingram, yes, Lucky F Star, Sweet Baby White Jesus, and Sweetberry, they're here. And a couple of people have called in. Just hold tight, mute your phones if you can, or just be quiet if you can't mute it. I want everybody to chime in, but I want us to go and take it from there. Now, Davion, on your channel, in your walk, in your life, look, we made it. We made the title. We said homos and hoteps, but we have more in common than a divisive line between us. To say, well, you're in the LGBT community, and I'm a conscious Black man, and you're over there, and I'm over here, and you stay over there, and like I said, you can use, Suze, how are you, sweetheart? You can use we're going to use language here, not to insult each other, but we're going to quote people. We're going to speak on how people talk. And I want you to share that real experience with me. And I'm going to share my experiences with you. So don't hold back. We don't have to be politically correct. The people here who listen to the show should know by now how we talk on this show. And since this is the first time you're on live here with me, Davion, just feel free to say it. You don't have to hold back. Please don't hold back.
I won't.
Okay. So I want you, the things between, and we'll say homos and hoteps. I'm going to say this. Why'd you have to say homo? Why you got to say, we're illustrating. This is creative. You all get the point. Don't nitpick me for the title. And tell them who made the title. I'm pulling you out the closet on this one.
As I came up with the title,
yeah,
we're not going to get particular about language. This is definitely for the sake of the simple minds and just
right,
having a comprehensible conversation.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. And there are many people out there who are going to come on in the comments. How dare you, Lance? You're giving your platform. I'm going to say it now. You're going to let this faggot talk? You should tell him that it's not proper and it's not godly. He's going to hell. He's doomed. You're promoting this stuff. How dare you? I thought you were about truth. Yes, and I'm not going to say what many people say in the LGBT community. Say, if you say anything not against, but something that doesn't seem so loving to them, oh, you're talking hate. Like I said, we're going to keep things real. If you don't understand by now what I'm all about, because what I'm looking at in the chat room, it's very few straight people in the chat room right now, okay? And these folks who are here know me and they love me, and I love them right back. You understand? So I'm not coming on hating nobody. And I do dislike that when some will come with that. And you know what where it's coming from lots of times? It's coming from many who are not people of color. They want to shut you down by saying you're speaking hate. Now, there are some who do. I understand that. There are some who do. But like I said, I was born to love my brothers and sisters. If I feel there's something wrong or something dangerous happening or something that we all should know, I'm going to speak it as raw as I can. Some might not understand it, some will. But talk to me about your life as much as you want to reveal, and your walk, and some of the points that you want to bring out more so and make people understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm not going to cut you off no more.
Okay, great. Shut up. Well, I am a 31-year-old Black same gender loving man. I've always known that I was sexually attracted exclusively to other men. That's been with me as far as I can remember. Almost before I even learned language, I could just feel a certain magnetism or attraction to the same sex that wasn't there to the opposite sex. Growing up, I was not around any homosexuals. I was born in 1985, so homosexuality was not rampant the way that it is now in terms of representation. You didn't see lots of homosexuals. There wasn't a lot of homosexuality in the media, in the art, in music, and so it was still very much so a taboo subject. And my parents didn't hang around or associate with any LGBT persons either. So I really had no point of reference for my sexual orientation. And I was raised in a household with my father and my mother. I had both parents in the household my whole childhood and teenage and adult life. And I struggled with my sexual orientation like most LGBT persons, being raised in the United States, where we live in a very westernized bubble, lots of religion, particularly Christianity. And as I grew older and got into high school, I began to really struggle with my sexuality because I came under religious conviction. And it wasn't even made aware to me that other spiritual systems or religious traditions existed really outside of Christianity. That was kind of the religion that was always presented to me. So I tried to find my spiritual salvation and connection through the Christian religion, which obviously did not work too well for me because Christianity drove me to suicide or to suicidal thoughts because I could not reconcile my sexuality, which was something that I learned the long and hard way. I could not will away. My will could not oppress or eliminate my sexuality. And I went through all of these religious practices to get rid of this homosexual demon or this homosexual attraction and all these narratives and interpretations of what's going on with homosexual people. And I had plenty of hands laid on me and dedicated my life to Christ and turned away from the attraction and tried to keep my mind filled with things that I was given to me to use as a tool to fight against the same-sex attraction. And that went on from about 13 to about 21. So I spent years of trying to condition myself away from this attraction, and nothing worked. Make a long story short.
Take your time. Take your time.
Okay, well, don't make a long story short. I came across some scriptures in the Christian Bible that acted as a launching pad for a fuller awareness of myself. And that verse was in Matthew. I'm not sure which chapter or verse, but Jesus was speaking to the disciples regarding marriage, and he made this statement about eunuch men. And he was speaking about how there are some eunuch men who choose to be that way, some eunuch men who are born that way from their mother's wombs, and there are some eunuch men who are made that way by other men. And that these men, the verse is kind of so vague to me now because I'm so far away from Christianity.
Right. No, but to the point, the gist of it, you don't have to go verbatim.
Okay.
But no, we can, because you know what? When people listen to this in the comment section, they will come up with the exact scripture and probably copy and paste it.
Right.
And I would suggest that when, that they do that when this is uploaded as a video on YouTube.
All right. Got it. So Christ was speaking about these men, and essentially, I learned a lot of things about what eunuch men were and what their relationship was to the community, et cetera. And then that began to kind of help me understand that there was a wider lens in which I believe God was dealing with humanity and certainly dealing with human sexuality. And then eventually my spirituality grew because I also was having a lot of mystifying experiences growing up that eventually drew me into Buddhism and more kind of ambiguous spiritual practices, and eventually led to a full-on liberation within my sexuality, within my existence, within my state as a man, as a soul, as something that was eternal. And that just took me all the way over the edge. And so now I stand very comfortably and confident in my blackness, in my gayness, in my 5'10-ness, in every inch and fiber in which God has created me to be. I am growing to be comfortable in my skin and learning to be more concerned with my character and my integrity than the way that I experience love and the way that I receive love.
Wow. Did you read that? Did you write that down and read it back? I mean, man, you need your own show, man. For real. Like I said, we're going to continue back and forth between us and everybody else who wants to mute your phone. We're going to let you on in soon. I just want to build this crescendo up so that we have something to really go in on, and then we'll all be talking together. And again, that number is 888-575-3769, the Lance Scurv Show. The guest is Davion, or rather co-host, and homos and hoteps with a pro-black a movement ever unite with the LGBT community. You can say community. Okay, so, and I'm saying from your side, we're two black men. There is no different sides here. We're two human beings. There's no different sides here. I might like to eat certain foods. You might like to eat certain foods. We might like to eat some of the same foods, right?
Yes.
What you say, Artrell? Yeah. I'd go anywhere and everywhere. I was answering something back in the chat room. And I actually did a video about my experience at the gay ball in '88 when I went with a dear friend of mine who lived across the street from me named Emma Bell, who was in her middle 70s. And she was going to them in a big star. And it was a biological woman, but her facade in the neighborhood was she was an old church lady, but I knew better. I'll tell that story later on. I got a video about that. It is so funny. So it's not like, but look at that, Davion. Here I am on Christopher Street with my father. Christopher Street is back in the day in Greenwich Village. It was like the super gay hub of Greenwich Village. And here I'm at 5 and 6 years old with my father, who had a client because he used to refinish floors. He had a client who there that he would do his floors in a landmark property and had to maintain it a certain way because he was like, top tier with his craft. And so here I am with him like, Daddy, look, that woman has a deep voice. What's going on? Daddy, that man has some big hands, So I was exposed to a lot coming up in New York City. And that's why this movie that's playing here beside me, and this gentleman who you see, or this young lady or gentleman, whatever you call it, he was a brother of one of my buddies who grew up across the street from me. And everybody knows this, so I'm not calling it out in the wrong way. My buddy Robert Rodriguez, his brother Rico, who was showing me tattooing when he moved down, this is his brother right here. So that's my connection to this movie, right? I didn't really know him that well because he was never around in the neighborhood because, that wasn't accepted as much. So he was gone a lot. But right here, this is him here, right? So that's my connection to that movie. But that being said, from your side, like, what are the jacked up things that these HOTEP Negroes say? And you don't have to be an Ankh wearing, fist pumping, red, black, and green rocking brother, dashiki wearing, HOTEP, my brother, to the east type person to be that. You could be conservative, but you're into the whole black empowerment thing. But we titled it this way. What are some of the jacked up things that have been thrown your way because you happen to be gay?
Oh, what are some of the jacked up things
that they say to you, have done to you, that make you feel isolated? You are a black man, right? And I mean, you feel the things I feel on that level, yeah. Right? But why do these guys and females, some of them, and I understand they have their beliefs and I have my beliefs, right? But why are they coming at you for that one slice of who you are? And like, what are the things that they would say to you? Because I know that many people identify with what you're saying, right? What are the jacked up things that they would say to you or make you feel like you're not part of the black community because you happen to be gay? And I really want to get away from ultimately, and I'm just sticking this in, that whole LGBT thing. I don't see no alphabet on your head. I see a brother. And when I think that when we flock to that, and we know when we use that, what it means in our conversation, but I think if we start to identify with something else outside of our community and who we are, it divides us even more. Because I know you had to feel racism coming from the LGBT community of people who were white. Yeah. See? So go ahead and tell me some of the trials and tribulations of things you had to go through from black people and black people who are pretty much considered HOTEP Negroes.
Well, HOTEP Negroes, well, first of all, I want to say that there's two things that motivate the individuals that we're talking about, and one is privilege and one is ignorance. Mm-hmm. Your heterosexuality allows you the luxury of being ignorant, because any time that you have privilege, it's easier to stand from your height on the balcony and look down at individuals and be disconnected from where you are in comparison to where they are, because you've been removed from even having to be considerate or even consider any other reality, any other struggle, any other phenomenon other than your own selfish, self-absorbed, narcissistic bubble. So selfishness and privilege are one. In terms of the disgusting, ideologies that heterosexual people use to validate anti-gay behavior and anti-gay treatment, it's everything under the sun, from trivializing people's sexuality. For one, I don't even understand how heterosexuals are able to have every sexual practice under the sun, and yet there's no confusion in regards to their ethnicity or in terms of their culture. But let a Black same-gender loving individual be Black and same-gender loving, all of a sudden there's an emphasis on his sexual orientation. Now, heterosexual people practice anal sex, they practice oral sex, they practice self-sex, they practice all forms of sex. And yet you don't see a discrepancy within the heterosexual community amongst each other about any of those practices. So there is a biasness toward same-gender loving people who hook up with other people of the same sex. Now, the Black community is the most disenfranchised community in America, for one. So we're dealing with lots of deep-rooted ignorances about lots of things that Black people just don't have the awareness and don't have the comprehension skills yet to even entertain on a mature level. But this is why it's important for us to have these type of conversations so that we can begin to expand that awareness. And you see lots of compartmentalized behavior when it comes to sexuality amongst the Black community, for one, because I remember growing up in high school, gay girls always got away with being gay, but gay boys never did. For some reason, heterosexuals are a bit less threatened and intimidated when a woman identifies as lesbian or same-gender loving than when a man identifies as same-gender loving. And so then you begin to see like this blatant hypocrisy.
Right.
And from my standpoint as an LGBT person, it makes me think that there's something deeper here going on than just sexuality, because it does seem like Black people have the capacity to embrace same-gender loving people because they embrace some of us that would be lesbian women. Heterosexual men do not discriminate against lesbians, and most heterosexual women do not discriminate against lesbians. But most of the discrimination is targeted toward men who identify as same-gender loving. And so that then forces us to focus on this hyper masculine culture, this prison culture that the Black community has adopted as a commercial and appropriate form of behavior. And this then leads to lots of homophobic rhetoric and lots of sexist rhetoric and ideology. So when we talk about homosexuality, there are so many places that we have to travel, even in dealing with homosexuality, because you can't really deal with the issue of homophobia without also dealing with the issue of sexism. That living in a patriarchal nation and then living in a very hyper-masculine culture that a large part of the Black community it engages in and perpetuates, and the way that we suppress women and misalign women and devalue women, it's just very interesting to kind of see the connection between the way that women and we perceive homosexuals, because it really just seems like a full-on attack of femininity, a full-on attack of right brain function, and right brain function is associated with the feminine. Men are typically left-brained, which is masculine in function, and women are typically right-brained in terms of femininity. This is why women tend to be more artistic, more intuitive, more virtuous, more receptive and softer, and men tend to be more analytical. Men tend tend to be more scientific and logical and kind of see things in straight lines, while women are right brain function and people see things in curves, which makes for a more expanded worldview and makes for a wider range of capacity to be of a higher consciousness. We see that more in femininity than masculinity. But when you live in the Western bubble, which is patriarchal, and you deal with a hyper-masculine community, which is the Black community, then you see a full-on suppression of right brain function. So that's why we are willing to be sexist in our music, in our media, in our art, in relationships, in the way that we perceive women, and also willing to be homophobic because the reason why the Black community don't discriminate against lesbians is because those are women being masculine, and masculinity is valued over effeminate traits and feminine behavior in the Black community. So you put a man acting flamboyant or having submissive traits like being same-sex attracted, playing the receptive sexual position in same-sex relationships, and then you get this full-on hate, because this is not really a hate toward homosexuals. This is really a hate for women.
I never heard it that way before, but you're breaking it down. And this is what I love about you when we talked before and you broke things down so effortlessly. And so, you know, on the intellectual level, I'm just so glad that we can dialogue this way. You're brilliant. You're breaking it down. I just can't get with people who don't know and just say, well, it's this way and that way. Well, how? Break it down. That's a very interesting point. So how would you think with many who are lesbian, our sisters in the Black community, that may not be butch, who may not be more masculine, who are extremely feminine, acting to the point where you just can't tell? Now, you know, people might jump me for saying that, like, you can't tell unless a person, and correct me if I'm wrong, if you have a gentleman who, you know, might be what we call flaming, or not flaming, but just overtly effeminate in his actions, away from what the general population would deem to be what's acceptable. Because I know, and I got to say some not curse words, and I'm going to spice it up a little bit. I know a lot of effeminate acting straight brothers who are getting plenty of pussy. You know what I mean? And they're not gay, but they're not selling into the whole hyper thing. Me personally, I'm a straight man, but I'm artistic, I'm creative, I'm sensitive. I'm secure in who I am. People say there's masculine and feminine energy. Well, that applies to me, I guess. It doesn't mean that I'm something other than what I am as a straight man, but I'm not hung up on that because it's a free-flowing thing in my creativity. This is what, down through the years, that particular aspect of my personality has always appealed to those who gay or lesbian, bisexual, transgendered. They see that side of me, and it's not sexual. My sexuality is what it is, but in my heart, on a creative level, you're not trapped in your body. So when I work along on an artistic level, back in the day when I was in high school, or even to this day on projects, because there are people that I deal with who, as they would say, are in the closet. There are people who call the show. There are people who call the show fiery about other issues in the Black community and beyond, that have said before, well, Lance, you know, this is something because of my circumstances. And I respect that they say, well, listen, I don't want to really put that out there. And they're hyper masculine, but that's the way they are anyway, being with who they are, right? They're not trying to act hyper masculine because gay men are always effeminate or catering to that softer side, that female energy. I know some roughnecks, and many who have gone to prison, which of course you all know that I've worked in prisons and jails. A lot of the gay guys that are in there, you don't want to F with, because they will F you up and masculine anything and turn around and do what they do. So that has broken a lot for me as far as these false expectations. You don't know who's who, right? Just the same way a hetero man would say, oh, I can tell that's a freak, and I can tell that. You don't know who the freak is. It might be somebody who is the pastor's a daughter, the biggest one up there hitting you off in church. You know what I mean? So we just don't know. Oh God, there's so many levels to talk on with this, and I'm not going to say I'm at a loss of words, but my mind is really racing. But continue on with what you were saying, brother.
So let's talk about some of the rhetoric.
Yeah. Some
of the beliefs about homosexuality is that this is not natural. You hear that a lot.
Right.
Homosexuality is not a natural practice. It's unnatural. Heterosexuality is natural. Homosexuals don't procreate. This is not the design of nature. Well, when we talk about nature, we are basing that upon what we observe in nature. That's why we call it natural. So whatever we observe in nature is what is considered natural. And what a lot of people don't know is that homosexuality, transgenderism, androgyny, lesbianism, all of these things are not exclusive to human practices. These things can be found in nature itself. Over 1,500 mammals on this earth. Oh, my bad. Over 1,500 species, animal species, practice homosexual practices. That's from penguins to dogs to cows to sharks, fish, birds. Over 1,500 animal species on this planet practice same-sex sex and same-sex love and affection. These things have been observed in nature. Most people don't know that plants also have gender, male and female plants, and also are unisex. You have plants and have insects and even have animals that are asexual, that reproduce unto themselves. You even have fish in the ocean that can actually, they can change gender. Male fish can become female fish can become male fish.
So you mean when I had some sushi, I was eating some transgendered, I'm just playing with you. It's a female, but by the time it hit my mouth, it was a male.
Very much possible that you got some transgendered sushi in your system. And so what we see here is the expression of homosexuality is being expressed in humanity because it is essential and also a fundamental part in Mother Nature herself. And everything that you see happen in nature will eventually or at some point in some way produce itself in humanity, because humanity is a collective representation of all that is nature. And if you want to take it back to religion and spirituality, this is why God gave man dominion over the earth. Man is the earth. The earth is man. And there's nothing that we can find in human practices that we can't find out in the animal kingdom, that we can't find out in the way that consciousness functions in terms of energy. All of these things are plays off of one another. So when people talk about what's natural, what is natural is homosexuality and also heterosexuality and also transgenderism. And you know what's so funny is that human beings are the only species on the planet that do this to each other, because when you look out into nature, you don't find zebras trying to convert horses into zebras, and you don't find horses trying to convert giraffes into horses, and you don't find giraffes trying to convert the gazelle into a giraffe. You don't see these discrepancies or these segregations or these racisms or these forms of separatism in any other area but within humanity itself. For some reason, our egos drive us to want to be uniform, to want to see ourselves reflected in other people. Attempt to have a identity and to hold on to a identity by superficially clinging to the fact that you get to experience that validation of self through the fact that somebody else is carrying on your legacy. And that's out of insecurity. Like, you can stand within your own unique existence, appreciate that, and also appreciate the fact that everything else outside of you is unique. And you don't need to see you outside of you. You can be the only original blueprint. That is fine to do if people have forgotten that. But for some reason, we exist in this reality where we go on these religious crusades, and the Christians have to convert the Muslims, and the Muslims have to convert the Christians, and the Buddhists have to do this and to do that, instead of just standing in a place of appreciation, standing in a place where you are present within your own authenticity, within your own truth, and being able to show respect to other people who are given truths that they're not in control with to begin with. Because nobody has asked to be Black, and nobody has asked to be gay, nobody has asked to be man, nobody has asked to be woman. These things simply are. And to suggest that people should try to take a conscious effort to suppress things that come natural to them is a direct insult. And it's also a attempt at impossibility. So my question to heterosexual people is, what is it that heterosexual people think homosexuals can really do about their attraction to one another? Because writing the scriptures didn't work, and holding up the facts will go to hell signs haven't worked, and building religious systems that oppress certain sexual practices has not worked. So exactly what is convincing heterosexuals that homosexuals have something to do with the way that they are? Because to imply that they have something to do with their own sexuality implies that heterosexuals also have everything to do with their sexuality. That you yourself, Lance Scurv, chose your sexual attraction. That you made a conscious choice to be straight.
Good point.
And if you are saying to me that I can unchoose my sexual orientation, then you also are saying that you can unchoose yours. And if any heterosexual person think that that's true, I want all heterosexual people listening tonight to imagine, as a heterosexual woman, putting your face in between another woman's legs and enjoying that. And if there's any heterosexual men listening tonight, I want you to imagine putting your face in between another man's legs and enjoying that. And see how difficult it is to transition from your heterosexuality into homosexuality. It simply cannot be done. It cannot be done to the point where leaders of the conversion therapy movement, and for those of you who don't know what that is, these were the movements that were that created systems to help LGBT people transition into heterosexuality. And they did this by a psychoactive therapy. Some treatments were shock treatments. I mean, the extremities in which the remedies were given vary from all across the board. It's just really amazing. But that they all recently did a conference in 2006, giving an open apology to the LGBT community for the damage that it realized it did, and that it actually helped nobody and further damaged LGBT persons and their families. And many of the conversion therapy leaders who also identified as same-gender loving first and then claimed they were cured through these conversion therapies later recounted their statements and said that the therapy actually did not work for them. They still identify as homosexual, and that they're making an open apology to all LGBT people who thought that they could obtain anything other than what they are through these therapies because they have been deemed ineffective, and those who are claiming to have been changed, which are now far and few in between, it's vague and ambiguous in terms of being able to even research and hold as a objective example that yes, people can change. So what do heterosexual people want homosexuals to do? And what actually bothers heterosexual people so much about homosexuals? What is so bothersome about homosexuality?
I'm going to just throw something in there from the chat room. He says, Brother Elian, he says, I have nothing against gays. I just have a gripe about how a lot act arrogant and like they're special. That's what he said.
In what way? In what way?
You know, he's typing, so I'll wait until it comes up a little more. Van Sanity, how are you doing, sweetheart? Yes, and I want to get down. Van Sanity said homosexuals do not contribute to our birth rate. The comments are gonna come now.
So let's deal with that.
Yeah.
So let's deal with that.
Yeah.
Homosexuals don't reproduce, but let's also not act like every heterosexual who is fucking tonight has the intention of creating a baby when they have sex. There are many heterosexual people who are married right now who every time they lay down with their wife and their husband are using contraception, have no intention of having or procreating, but are simply enjoying the act of sex. Because you have sex for multiple reasons. You can have sex to reproduce. You can have sex to experience intimacy between you and your partner. Sex is used as a bonding tool as well. So I don't also understand this exclusive this exclusive objective to having sex is to have children. I mean, I'm sure you, even as a man who is married, can attest that every time you are intimate with your wife, it's not with the intent to procreate another child.
Straight horny. You're horny. It's like, I want to, what felt good, bing. You know what I mean? Look, I'm open-minded. I'm real. I just tell like it is. You know what I mean? You're right. I mean, it's not like, well, tonight we're going to procreate. Plus, I'm 54 years old, man. I'm not trying to, I don't want to be 80 years old at a high school graduation. Who's that, your grandfather? No, that's my daddy. Who's that, your great-grandfather? That ain't gonna work. But go ahead, brother.
So you keep in mind that sex is not used exclusively for reproduction, but along with that, keep in mind that homosexuals only make up 2 to 3% of the entire population. So that means that if all homosexuals didn't create, the majority is represented in heterosexuality. Homosexuals only represent 3% of the population. So we have more than enough heterosexuals to keep the population balanced. Homosexuals make up so less of the population that it wouldn't even be required for them to reproduce because it wouldn't put a dent in anything anyway, because they're only 3%. So whether they reproduce or don't reproduce is here nor there. But homosexuals are also taking the liberty of adopting the kids that heterosexuals throw away who need a home. They're taking the liberty of adopting children that heterosexuals don't want to take care of, don't want to give a loving home to, and who throw into the foster care system, which is a booming industry, by the way. So homosexuals are playing their part in this little balance and circle of life here. So nobody should fear that homosexuals will somehow bring population, to some dramatic reduction. That would never happen. They only make up 3%. Heterosexuals are the ruling party in the entire world. The population would be just fine, as it always has been.
All right. Let's wow. I think we're coming full steam where we can start to add in certain folks who wanted to speak. I believe that this number that's here is my brother Lucky Star. Is it? And if it is, can you chime in with us? But no, the floor still belongs to Davion, but I want to start to mix in different ingredients into the soup to amp this up a little more.
Open up the lines.
Okay, he said it. He said, open up the lines. And I saw the hand on the hip when you did it, when you said that. I'm not making fun of you. You know what I mean? I'm just being real here. Let's see now. Come on, Lucky Star, are you there?
Okay. All right. So what I heard here was this perversion.
But let me just say, Jake, I want to see if Lucky Star is here and can talk.
Can you hear me?
Right.
Okay, yeah, no, you can talk too, Jack. I just want to make sure that he was on, because on the flow. Now, again, in the beginning, this is not going to go into a right, wrong thing or personal, emotional. We're going to keep it intellectual, and we're going to deal with facts, and we're going to speak our feelings, but we're going to have to, before we get rolling in the dirt and stuff, I want it to be something that at the end of the day, this complete dialogue is something that we all can chew on and think. Because my goal of the show, and I just want to say it one more time in the middle of the show, my goal was, as Black people, we need to be unified, and we'll iron out the differences later on, because all we have is us in many instances. So I don't want to fall for the trick of separation, even though I may not understand completely those in the LGBT community on how they feel. I have to say, Davion broke it down excellently. I have to feast on this and understand certain things, but I want it to be in a spirit of unity, that we all, at the end of the day, it's not, well, Davion, you're on that side of the fence and I'm on this side of the fence, that we have more in common as people of color, melanated people, and we can, as a family, iron that out and we come away with more unity. But go ahead, Jack, and ask your question. After that, Lucky Star, I want you to come on in. We have a 980 number here. Also, Van Sanity, Nicole, if you can, call in, and let's chop it up in a few minutes. So Uncle Scurv, Uncle Lance is going to take a pee-pee, and I want y'all to keep on talking. So go ahead, Jack.
Okay, so what I heard basically was this skewed view of nature. And I understand what you're saying, Lance. You're saying keep it respectful, which I understand. I am going to keep it respectful.
Oh, you always are. No, I'm just saying, this is... Because if left unchecked with other callers that may call in that don't know the show and how we get down, they may call in and, oh, you faggots, burn in hell and all that. No, it's not about that. It's about unity here at the end of the day, but we have to have the dialogue. We have to talk. There's too many other people sticking their nose in our business when it comes time for us to have unity and have us looking at each other like we're completely different. Davion is my brother just as much as you are, Jack. Britton, Lucky Star, Van Sanity is my sister here. Nicole's my sister. Rose Brown, I can go down the list. We're all family. We have different angles and perspectives and things and experiences. Let's share them. And even if we don't agree, try to understand where the person's coming from. But go ahead, Jack. And matter of fact, I'll run into the bathroom. You keep talking. I'll be right back.
Okay, so what I heard was a skewed view of nature, and you said there's homosexuality in nature, and I would say that those are rare occurrences, and I would disagree, and I would say that homosexuality in nature comes from unnatural conditions, low populations, famine, things like that, chaos. That's where it is, because they even the one instance of homosexuality in nature that I know of, which is basically two birds, was where one bird slammed into a window, died on the ground, and then the other bird came up behind it and started having sex with the corpse. Of course, this was the first recorded necrophilia from a European scientist, but I would say homosexuality is very rare, and the animal kingdom would die out if it was so natural and true, because they wouldn't be able to reproduce. Now, all throughout that speech, you said, what are heterosexual people worried about from homosexuals, and what do they think homosexuals are going to do for them? Well, two things, okay? First of all, homosexuality usually, from all the homosexuals I know, it usually arises from child molestation or sexual abuse of some sort. And I knew a homosexual guy. He's a good guy. Loved the guy. But he told me how he got into it, how he felt and everything else. And basically, what it boiled down to is as a child, he rode the bus to school, and the bus driver was gay, And the bus driver liked him, and so the bus driver touched him. Second of all, second of all, what are people going to do? All right, the second thing heterosexuals are really worried about with homosexuals is that homosexuals, generally speaking, they have to be very overt about it with their sexuality. They have to force their lifestyle on other people and make it known and try to force people to accept their lifestyle when really they could just live their life in privacy and quiet silence. It's not like heterosexual people are out there in the streets throwing parades, having entire organizations trying to change the rules at school boards, having this and having that. When homosexuals are threatening people to the point of where people are afraid of losing their job. Like even the person who was typing in the chat room, he had to preface that by saying, I have nothing against homosexuals because homosexuals have been so hostile towards the general population that they will make people lose their jobs. You know, basically they will bury people, essentially, and that's really what people are afraid of. They're afraid of the hostility. They're afraid that any opposing opinion is met with hostility. And so that's pretty much all the points I want to make for now. But that's why people are kind of spooked with homosexuals, is because they're hostile. It comes from child molestation or sexual abuse, and they sit here and they try to paint it as natural, but in reality, it's just not. This is from abnormal or unnatural conditions, and that's all I wanted to say.
Can I say something? It's Lucky.
Lucky, sweet white baby Jesus. Talk to us, brother.
Hey, Lance. I'm not actually watching the YouTube video.
Yes. Go ahead, Lucky.
I'm not actually watching the video. I'm not actually watching the video, so I'm kind of delay. I'm gonna listen to it on the phone.
Right.
First, I want to show love and support to Lance. Show love and support to Davion.
Thank you.
Davion.
I'm sorry, Davion. I just subscribed to his YouTube channel about a week ago. But let me tell you this right quick. Let me tell you how the universe been working with me. I saw your video initially about Davion. I subscribed to Davion's YouTube channel, completely forgot about you guys doing a show together. I woke up this morning, last night. I woke up last night with like excruciating pain. I had a really bad toothache on both sides of my mouth. So I woke up and the first notification I got on my on my phone was the show tonight. So it's just going to show how the universe is working with me. Sweet baby Jesus is on my side tonight. Okay.
Tell them how far back we go, Lucky.
Unique Taylor in the chat room, because she's always been supportive of me. So I want to get a quick shout out to Unique Taylor.
Yes.
But I wanted to address the previous caller. I don't know what's his name.
Jack. His name is Jack.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Jack. I did not. I forgot that I unmuted my phone, so I was reacting to what he was saying, so I didn't mean to come off as being disrespectful.
Oh no, it's cool. It's cool.
It was just that I get so frustrated when I try to have these conversations with people who may not know much about homosexuals, and it's always that same language, just like when white people do it towards us. Or, I have a black friend, and my black friend told me this and my black friend told me that, or I have that one gay friend or that one transgender friend, and this was their experience. But what people have to realize is that even in the homosexual, gay, whatever you want to call it, we all have our own individual experience. I too was raised by my father and my mother. I experimented with girls, I played house with girls and all that, but I always knew since I was a child that I was a Christian. I always knew that. When I came of age and started having sex, I was a late bloomer. I didn't start having sex until I was in my maybe like late teens, early 20s. My attraction has always been to men. Never been molested, never been touched, never been turned down. Most people that I surround myself around, they don't have those experiences. So I just want to say that because I think that people automatically, and then they also, what really gets on my nerves is when they try to compare homosexuality to like pedophilia or something that, or some sort of disorder that is, abnormal, like, nephrophilia, anything like that. They try to make it into like a disorder. You get what I'm saying? Similar to what they say about transgenderism, with gender dysphoria. They're trying to make it like there's something wrong with us. My thing is with religion, if you believe in Christianity, Muslim, whatever, that's your business, that's your thing. What I believe is that there is a higher power that's bigger than all of that. The same Bible that you guys hold on to and try to preach against homosexuality is the same Bible that was against justify women not having rights. It's the same Bible that justifies Black people not having rights and being stuck into slavery, even to now, because we're not free. So just because we're not picking cotton in the fields doesn't mean that we're free. If you go to prison, the minute you get a record, you are a slave to the government. Always remember that. So, but I do want to say, and I'm go back and let you guys,
Oh, no rush. Just I want you to get it all out, man. This is what it's all about.
I just want to say that, Lance, whether we agree to disagree, it's nice to have this conversation.
Yes.
It's always nice for us to come together and just have a conversation, even if we disagree.
Right.
Jack, I'm not mad at you. It's just that I get so frustrated when I have conversations with people, young and old, and they always run to that, oh, I have that one friend, or this is what I've heard, and all gays have been molested, and all gays have been touched or went through some type of sexual abuse. Although there are a lot of them who have, but there are a lot of heterosexual men and women that have also gone through sexual abuse from same gender and from the opposite sex, and they turned out still heterosexual people. Bad.
Okay, so first of all, I would like to say I'm not part of the big three religions. I do not believe in Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. I don't believe in Jesus Christ. And
I don't believe in sweet baby white Jesus.
I'm not.
That's an inside joke, Jack. We've been saying that for years, me and Lucky.
Yeah, it's an inside joke, Jack.
Hey, you mind if I cut in for a second?
Yeah.
So I just want to, but right. But let me say this first. But I want to say with the big three religions, I think some of the qualities that you're attributing to humanity came out of these big three religions, and these big three religions started off of slavery. They were ways of indoctrinating and imprisoning the mind of Africans who had their own belief system. But so the children don't grow up and get the idea to fight back. You give them a religion that teaches them to be docile, that teaches them that violence is bad. And I think a lot of the destructive behavior you're attributing to humanity is really from colonialism and Catholic Church crusades with their immense cruelty and inhumane behavior. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, Van Sanity. Yeah, Van Sanity wanted to say something.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
And if you're on the phone and your line is open, mute your computer or your tablet. There's a little echo coming through. Or even if you're not speaking, just mute your phone, but you can always jump in because we're open now. Davion, the floor is still yours too. As people speak, I want you to respond also. But go ahead, Van.
Do you hear the echo now?
No, I don't hear it. It could be one of many people. It's not just possibly you, but it could be anybody. So just to keep it tight, because I want to keep it open. Folks can jump in. Okay.
Okay. So I actually hopped into the chat like maybe a half hour ago when you first started talking.
Speak into the phone a little stronger, sweetheart.
Yeah. Okay. So when we first started talking about this, I wouldn't necessarily say I have an issue with homosexuality. My thing is, a lot of the homosexual people that I speak to are Black homosexuals are not Black first. And that's my issue. We could worry about gay rights and all that first, because at the end of the day, underneath the system, we're all Black first. And it feels to me that with homosexual people, them just choosing to focus on their sexuality, it's kind of like a cop-out. Like, yeah, I know I'm Black, but I'm just going to be gay in this reality and just focus on gay rights and to hell with, or not even to hell, but like we're going to put Black issues on the back burner. Even like with this whole LGBTQ, I think they added another letter to it. I'm not sure. But like the gay people that I speak to who identify with these movements, they don't really have, I guess, Black agenda. And I feel like this is really important. Yeah, I don't believe necessarily like, okay, yeah, you guys were talking about, oh yeah, every time heterosexual people have sex with each other, it's not for procreation. Okay, yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, I feel like gay people, gay, transsexual, Black people, however you identify, you do have a responsibility to your community to come back and help us all build. Because at the end of the day, regardless of your sexual orientation, we are Black first. And that's not happening. When gay, if it happens that two, I guess, how can I say it, like, higher social economic, people of higher social economic status do get together, it's usually not Black and Black. It would be like a Black man with the white man. And it's like, something like, come on. Like, really, like, white degeneracy, because I don't call it white supremacy, has not stopped yet. So what are you doing? I don't know. That's just me. I'm done. Like, kind of.
Davion, I think that'd be an excellent question for you to answer.
Okay, so like, I love what she just said.
I know you're looking at it's your chops to answer that, because we spoke on stuff similar.
Yeah, I spoke on that in a video that I did in response to you. So I find it fascinating that Black people, some Black people are now taking an issue with Black LGBT persons identifying as gay before they're willing to identify as Black, when for one, they don't have to even make an announcement that they are Black, because you can clearly see they are Black. So there's no need to hold a proclamation of, hey, I'm Black, when you can clearly see that. However, also consider the fact that if you feel that LGBT persons are willing to yield to their sexuality over their Blackness, it's because Black people have done the job of creating no space for these people to even experience any sense of affirmation or validation.
I'm gonna stop you right here.
Well, I don't want you to stop me, because I didn't stop you. I just want you to wait until I'm finished, just like I waited until you finished. So because you are Black, that Black people have not created a space for Black LGBT persons or gay anything within the Black community. So deal with the psychology of that if I am Black and LGBT and I have been discriminated against all my life by my own Black people, my own family, my own Black peers, my own Black culture has not created a space for me. Once there is a space for anything significant about my identity to stand in, most LGBT persons or any sensible person is going to take that space and run with it. It's the same reason why light-skinned slaves ran with the opportunity to be a house nigga. Because any space that you give to any person who is put in a oppressive position, they're going to take any space available to them in order to be soothed, to be comforted about their reality. And LGBT persons are no different, who are existing within a white supremacy domain and also existing within a homophobic domain. So if Black people want to see LGBT persons be Black empowered people who are rooting for their community, which Black LGBT persons are doing that as well. But the LGBT aspect of their Blackness also is a movement that has a lot of power and influence behind it now. And they're able to use those platforms to be Black and to be gay within those spaces, but also still be Black. You have many powerful LGBT Black persons like Cleo Manago, like who are prolific Black leaders who do many things for the Black community who are same gender loving. The Black women who started the Black Lives Movement themselves identify as queer and lesbians, created a space within their LGBTness to still stand up for being Black and melanated. So I would like heterosexual people to actually go and educate themselves on what exactly Black LGBT persons are all doing and contributing to society, because there's this false narrative that we are taking no interest in being Black, and that we are not a part of the protests, that we are not a part of the marches, that we are not a part of the sit-ins and all of that. And really what I feel is it's just a real sense of jealousy that LGBT persons have a movement, and the Black community still feels second class, which they are. So I understand any sense of jealousy. I do understand any sense of envy, but Black people have to address that so that they're not creating these false narratives about people who are indeed allies to the Black community, and LGBT Black people are allies to their own community. Just let that be stated, and the evidence supports that.
This is Pirate. You mind if I step in for a second?
Mr. Pirate Brain, come on in, man.
Good morning. How you doing? Yeah, of course you. This is a very interesting topic to me, and I'll tell you why. You know, Lance, that I produce house music.
Yes, you do.
And this is my love, my musical love, and I've always been into it. And house music, a lot of gay people know this. Gay people love house music, and most of my audience, I won't say most of it, I said a lot of it that I know are gay people. And when I go and DJ and gay clubs and stuff, you know.
Paradise Garage, back in the day in New York City.
Yeah, exactly. I was fortunate enough to have gone there.
Yeah, me too.
And oh, okay, cool.
Several times.
There's a lot of, you know, yeah. So I know a lot of gay people. I don't want to be one of those people that say, yeah, I got gay friends. It's not about me announcing my connection to the gay community, but I respect the gay community, and I can feel the pain that they go through with all the troubles that they have. But at the same time, there's certain things that go on the gay community, and it goes on the heterosexual community too. Like in Atlanta, for example, there's a lot of gay men on the down low. They're gay, and then they're coming back and having sex with their women, and they're doing this bareback and spreading AIDS like crazy.
Yeah, that's not good.
AIDS is just blowing
Why
up.
do you think they're on the down low, though? Why do you think they're on the down low in the first place?
I respect that, and I understand why.
No, why do you think that these men that are having sex with men and having sex with women?
Because they're afraid. They're afraid to come out.
Why do you think? Why are they afraid? Why are they afraid?
But here, let me get my point across, okay? Let me get my point across. The reason why is because of fear, and the fear is for different reasons. And it could be down to the basic fear of them losing their life for someone killing them because they are gay. Let's just go straight to the point. But at the same time, I think you have to be as courageous in your gayness as I am in my blackness. I'm very pro-black, and I don't have a problem with it. And I say some things. Some people call me racist, and I tell them straight out, I can't be racist. I'm just reaction to the racism that's been inflicted upon me. You straighten out that, and I'll no longer be what you think is racist. And I think gay people have to be courageous and take that fight for your life, but don't come back and double dip. And then if there's some kind of illness or things going on, we got to suffer from it because you're afraid to fight that battle that you're having. You understand?
Let me.
Okay, hold on. I want to speak.
Okay, I wanted to just say one thing in there when you're done real quick, and Davion, you jump in. Go ahead, Pirate.
I'll leave it at that.
No, I just want to say that, like what Davion said when he said, well, why do you think they're afraid to come out? I kind of think with a lot of these guys who are on the down low, it's not even about being afraid to come out. They're not about a movement. They're not about proclaiming and saying, hey, this is who I am. They just want the goods and that's it. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. And a lot of them, I feel, are sinking to the pressure of, well, I'm going to keep up this facade of living a hetero life, and I'm going to sneak off and do what I want to do. And what I don't dig about that is that they're hurting innocent victims. Victims, if you take those letters, HIV, hurting, and that doesn't always mean that, but they're hurting innocent victims. You're living a lie now. And I can't dialogue with somebody who does that. And of course, I'd have to doing what I do.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
Right. I mean, if you're going to do something, I'm not saying you have to go off and yell it from the mountaintops, right? But be real. Don't risk. Don't go bareback in some club or some alleyway or some bathroom like downtown here in Orlando. Maybe it's an advertisement I'm about to say, but I'm just telling it for what it is. That's like blowjob central, because there's a problem with the guys in the men's bathroom, the public bathroom, who go in there and the cops can't get them out fast enough. They go in there to get some head, and the dudes who are hanging around, and you can see who's who, but they don't stop. And a lot of these guys got wedding bands when they come out of these bathroom stalls. This is not me knocking all in the LGBT community. I'm speaking about those who do that, because there are some men who would be considered on the down low that are struggling sincerely. And they may have been, as far as they feel, hetero most of their married life, and discover something within. Whatever started it, whatever it is, I'm not here to say or mention, but now they find themselves in a situation. They might slip a little bit, but my thing is, whatever you are, be real with it. Even if you're against this or that, be real with it and be respectful. Say, hey, I'm not with that. Whatever. Because I get approached by down low brothers all the time on the bus. And at the same token, and I don't want to sound like that guy who says, well, I have gay friends. There's people on this line. There's people in the chat room who I've known for years or just recently started talking to who are gay. Then I know they are. And then we talk about those different things. I talk to everybody. And so, again, the goal of this dialogue is to bring unity and to bring a little more understanding, even if you don't condone certain things, to hear everybody's point of view. We're in the living room right now. We're having a talk. Maybe there's some strangers out there. The window's cracked. They can overhear us. But we're having a family talk here. Now, Davion, I got a bone to pick with you, brother. And I'm going to let you talk after this. When you said that many in the Black community, the Black movement feel, I forgot the word, ostracized, or don't feel as high, or don't feel as whatever, with those gays who may say that or feel that way, they're still Black. And going and defending or running with an LGBT, I won't say agenda, because that word is a little poisoned here because we start thinking other things. It doesn't relieve one of being Black. But I do understand what you said about those who are for a Black movement and agenda, as there should be, as knocked as we are, that many in the homosexual community are not acknowledged. And I see that. And I admit that, right? Because we need everybody that we can have on our side. But also with the racism, with the overall LGBT movement, who's so happy to have the support of those Black people. And I'm not going to keep saying LGBT. I'm just going to say straight gay, right? That tonight for me, gay covers everything, right? Even gay sushi. That they're so readily open to take your support. But like I said in a private conversation, when you head back to the Black side of town and the cops harass you wrongfully, where's the rest of the LGBT community or the gay community to help out then? On the same day, usually after you have stood up for rights of gays. You see what I mean? So from that side, that's what makes me wonder. You need a space. We haven't given it to you. But then when you get accepted, it's to be used almost as a tool. So therefore, you're left alone. And one thing I want to say, and I want you to speak on also in your answer to that, is the high rate of suicides that are in the gay community. And I'm a straight man talking about that. Worked in the prisons, grew up in the streets of New York City, not in the streets, but grew up there. And many of the gay brothers and sisters that I know, mainly the men, suicide, man. They killed themselves. or they did an activity that the drugs, whatever. Now I'm saying everybody's on drugs, but or even the reckless behavior, because it's like, I'm not accepted here, I'm not accepted there. I'll just go out and do whatever I want to do. And then many on the straight side will say, man, them faggots are reckless. Y'all are killing the world. But then look how many babies are being born from unprotected sex on the hetero side. But go ahead, Davion.
So what am I speaking to?
Lance, I just want to say something right quick.
Yeah.
You just answered the question that I wanted to. I was the one that asked the gentleman, you know, why do you think the DL men are on the down low? And you just answered what I was asking.
All right.
Basically, that, you know, it is out of fear, but it's also out of, you know, self-hate. Like, you know, well, it doesn't matter anyway. You know, I got to keep up this facade and live this life. On the end, it's like I have these sexual desires that I can't control. And it's like, damn if I don't, damn if I do. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
And I also want to say that mental illness is very high in the Black gay community. Mental illness is very, very high in the Black gay community and trans community.
Right. And who wants to see your family member go through something like that, regardless as to what they do in the bedroom or how they feel? You know, and across the board, we're starting out, even if you're not gay, even when you're just straight up straight. Look, I'm going to tell you something. I have my days. I have my days where I'm stressed. And I don't mean stressed in a normal sense, but, you know, where you're a little worn out. If I didn't have Mrs. Scurv here distressing me, the wonderful atmosphere, the music that she plays, the food that she makes, me and the ones here who care for me, who vibe with me all the time. Oh, look at the guy on the screen right there. That's my buddy. That is my buddy, Byron. Oh, my God. You saw the guy that did the double bicep? The muscle man? Wait a second. That's a man who, from I first met Byron, not to get to the subject, but I'm going to freeze the screen when I see him, back in 1981. And we all knew he was gay. He's a bodybuilder, a natural bodybuilder, and a very intelligent man. And I hear that, you know, he's still alive. He's a little older than me. Let me see if I went back too far or anything like that, because I'll freeze it. But that's my buddy, man. We used to train together, me, him, and Gene Lamumba, from back in 81 to about 85. I personally know that man. If anybody knows him, okay, can get him in contact with me, give out my number, 407-590-0755. Lord Byron is what they called him. A great guy. But go ahead, Joe. Sorry, Davion.
So I'm not.
Hey, Lance, if I could say something here real quick, man. I'm sitting back and listening to this conversation, and it's quite intriguing, because what I'm seeing here is there's an agenda that's being fulfilled with this whole conversation here, and it's just showing more proof of what is to come. Now, the thing is, before there was the LGBT and all these different labels, who were they recognizing themselves as? If you were gay and you were Black, you were recognizing yourself as a Black person.
Right.
All of a sudden, now we have all these labels with all these alphabets and numbers and stuff, and now it's separating the people.
Exactly.
For no reason.
And I wanted to get to that point too. You're right. You're right. I'm not, Davion, I know. I wanted to.
The thing is this. Personally, listen, man. You do whatever you want to do on your time, in your space, whatever it is you want to do. That's your option. That's your prerogative. Nobody pays your bills. Nobody pays your rent. Nobody puts food on. That's up to you. My thing is, when I go to the library and I take my kids to the library and I'm reading them a book, I don't need to be reading them a book about John and John or Jane and Jane, because I have my own priorities and I have my own teaching, you see. So I don't need to see these things in the books, in the schools, in the libraries coming out to my kids. I don't need for them to be on, well, they don't even watch TV anyway, but I'm saying I don't need for them to be watching these PBS cartoons or whatever, and all this stuff is sneaking into the cartoons, you know, to try to sway them into a different lifestyle. I don't need for the teachers to be in school and asking them about these situations when the parents are not part of that whole movement. You see, you do what you want to do, whenever you want to do it, however you want to do it. But when you bring it into my face and my kids and things like that, then it's a whole different ballgame. Because, listen, yeah, we know a lot of people. I know personal family members, you know, who do their own thing, and you know, I relate to them on a daily basis, you know, and I accept it for what it is. But this is part of an agenda to further separate us as a people, so that rather than we identify ourselves as one humanity, now we are gay, we're LGBT, you know, we're trisexual, all kind of different things going on. It makes no sense. It really doesn't.
That divides us up even more so.
It divides us even more so. When you go back to the ancient times, when it started first talking about, you know, pedophilia and different things, you're going back to Greece and Rome, and where, you know, young boys was being fantasized on by the older men, and this situation. This was, you know, this is going back. So now we come up to today, all this thing that was going on, it's in the DNA. So obviously what was going on for thousands of years now is in the DNA. So we have no control over that. You're going to be what you're going to be because it's in your DNA. You can't change that. And the Black movement is a movement about life, equality, and equal rights. The gay movement is just about who the hell you want to screw, and that's it. You see?
No,
I can jump up and say, listen. I can say, yeah. I can say, yeah. I want to screw this lady. I want to screw this lady, but I'm not out there, you know, carrying on and acting a fool. Black rights is about equality. We died because of the color of our skin, not because who's going to have sex with. You see, there's a big difference. And comparing the two, it's not even possible. You know, so you can go ahead and have the floor, man.
Okay, so this is Davion, and I would definitely like.
Yeah, go ahead, Davion. Van Sanity, after Davion, you can go on ahead. But Davion, there's a whole lot that you heard.
And a million comments made here that I ain't even been able to comment on yet. So let me just address some of the stuff. For one, I want to address what this guy just said, and then I'm going to go in reverse. Okay, in terms of children, unfortunately, because gay people don't have any, y'all children are not our responsibility. But they're not just they're just not our responsibility. They're nobody else's responsibility, which is why all of the television programs on TV don't cater to your children, which is why all the genres of music don't cater to your children, which is why all the genres of movies and any other form of art don't necessarily cater to your children, because your children are your responsibility. Now, as a parent, I would assume it would actually make more logical sense for me to educate my child on realities that are there, whether I like them or not, because homosexuals are in the world, whether you like them or not. And it's probably to educate your children that people live differently, people are different, that there are many different customs and practice and languages and cultures and belief systems in the world. And you can teach them to experience that however you see fit. But simply saying that the world should cater simply to heterosexuality and that gay people who also are taxpayers in this country should not have a right to representation in this country and should not have a right to see themselves portrayed in media, see themselves portrayed in stories, see themselves portrayed in cartoons, see themselves portrayed in every other aspect in which we see heterosexuality represented, is the least from equality, which is what this man just said the Black Lives Matter movement is about, that the Black movement is about equality. Well, what is equal about saying that you want 100% right to the land and to the representation, and that everybody else can go live in caves and do what they do underneath their sheets? Secondly, LGBT people are not interested in, this movement is not about sexuality. If anybody has made it a big deal, heterosexuals have. Y'all have made our sexuality a bigger deal than we have made it to ourselves. And the reason why we're fighting now is because of how big of a deal you guys have made it. And I have heard the level of privilege on this phone is just disgusting. And the level of arrogance that heterosexual people walk around with, and the level of arrogance that heterosexual people speak from is just disgusting. It's deplorable, because you don't understand how you're practicing the very separatism that you're saying you don't even want to exist to begin with. You are excluding LGBT persons from everything and then expecting LGBT persons to be completely fine with that. That makes no freaking sense, especially not in America where this is a democracy and not a dictatorship. I want to address the thing about bisexuality. This connection between the STD rate and bisexuality is very interesting to me because you know what? Safe sex is a two-person's responsibility. If people would practice safe sex the way that they need to, it wouldn't matter whether a woman lays with a woman and a man or a man lays with a man and a woman. Because the safe sex practice would immune them both to any transference of any disease. So there needs to be a whole conversation with the masses in and of itself about wrapping it up. If you want to be single and you want to do your thing and you want to be promiscuous and you want to go to bathhouses and you want to go to strip clubs and you want to screw every chick on the block and screw her best friend and her mama too, or whatever, and you want to do some of the homeboys as well, let that be governed in safe sex practices. That keeps everybody safe. That keeps everybody sound. That keeps these STD rates dramatically reduced. There's no link between a man does not owe a woman a explanation about whether he's bisexual or not. If that woman is going to allow that man into her vagina and he is not her husband, she needs to demand that he wears a condom because he is not her husband and he does not owe her anything, and vice versa. So to put this on sexuality rather than putting this on people prioritizing living a healthy sex life is just insane. It's insane. That makes no sense to me. That becomes the issue of sexuality rather than the issue of self-care and self-love. That anybody that I'm not in a committed spiritual political covenant with, I'm going to protect myself from, because I don't know what your fucking agenda is. I don't know whether you're going to lie to me or tell me the truth any freaking way. So at the end of the day, it is still my responsibility to protect myself from whatever you may be carrying or not carrying. But that's my responsibility. That's every person's responsibility who engages in sex. Homosexuality.
Okay. I just want to say before you start that condoms only reduce the chance of disease, of getting an STD. They don't completely stop it. And that's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Okay, it's a 99.9% chance. That's pretty much a full mind, body, and soul protection from an STD.
Okay, I disagree with this.
You have to protect yourself. And again, this is Yannick. You have to protect yourself. I don't care who you are. The responsibility lies on the individual. And I'm sorry if I cut anybody else. I do apologize. This is very passionate. And just reading some of the things that are being said in chat, you have to protect yourself, yes, as well as other people. Because the same woman that you think is being faithful to you could be sleeping with any and everybody and come home and bring something home to her husband. And vice versa. A man can sleep with various women and bring something home to his wife. It doesn't matter your sexuality, your sexual identity. Now, granted, yes, condoms do have a failure rate. That has been proven. But the fact is, being open and honest and stop stigmatizing STDs, especially HIV, because so many people, yes, are ignorant. Unfortunately, yes, they are ignorant about how HIV is spread, how it is not spread, what the difference between HIV is, what AIDS is. So it takes education, foremost and all, about STDs, HIV, and AIDS. And I heard someone earlier say about the Download Brothers bringing AIDS home. That's not necessarily about sexual issues. Or a down low man issue. Let me fix that. A down low man issue. You have some women that are promiscuous, that are carriers of the HIV virus, and have slept with other men. Yes, some women unprotected, and have not disclosed their status. And boom, someone's infected with something. Because, and just a little quick note, it's all about education. And that's all I'm going to say on that. That's all I'm going to say on that. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, let me interject on that. When I said that earlier about down low men bringing home the diseases to, and we know it's every combination. I kind of, I'm not going to go down everything, but we know it's women who go out also. But in a committed relationship where that other person, let's just say in this case, that it's that wife at home who's innocent and faithful, that you have this man and he can get the HIV from another woman, right? But the fact that he's doing that and coming home and she's living under the premise and the promise that he's to be committed, he's faithful. That's what I'm kind of getting at. Now, when a person is not in the committed relationship, well, yes, you really can't know or tell what they may have, what they may be doing. So you have to protect yourself, like boxing, protect yourself at all times, But when it's in that committed relationship, it should be where you should be free to, engage unprotected and trust this person's word that I'm committed to you, I'm faithful to you. And when it comes down to that level, we can engage that way.
So Lance,
yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes. Sure. Come on.
Yeah. So currently, Black women are the leading carriers of HIV.
Yes, I know.
And the Black women who are leading carriers of HIV, the majority of those women are not married. Black women.
Right.
So what you're speaking to is the lesser of the evil in regards to a husband bringing home HIV or anything else to his wife. The majority of Black women who are testing positive to HIV are contracting that from their partners, from their boyfriends, or from just promiscuity, but not from their husbands.
Right.
So that context needs to be understood.
Yeah. And again, I know that's not the majority, but I'm just kind of speaking up for that woman who is in that marriage and committed relationship where we have to go on each other's word. We're living under the same roof, paying the bills, have the kids together. We don't even have much time for each other. But when we do have that time for intimacy, that's our secret garden, that's our private area. And it should be enjoyed on that level. But for those who are girlfriend, boyfriend situations, you got to protect yourself. And yes, I agree with you that is the minority. And we have our sisters out here who are getting HIV. And like I said, and I know you have more to say, but I wanted to say this also. At the end of the day, and I want to know how everybody feels about this. Many people, and I'm going to say it like this, some who are gay, some who claim to be gay, we have a lot who are trying things out to see how it fits and run away from it. I'm quite sure maybe in your travels, Davion, that you've known people who tried out what you proclaim to be what you are from birth, but they're trying it out because they want to know, and I don't like it. It's almost like Rachel Dolezal, wanting to be Black, right? And she's saying she's Black. Well, if you want to be Black, then take on all the things that come with being Black, right? So there are a lot of men out here and women, but I'll put it on the men, that they want to put their foot in it, and maybe it's just a sex thing for them. Maybe it could still be what they feel is emotional with someone else, right? But at the end of the day, I believe overall that not according to your walk and your experience, but I think overall, Black masculinity, heterosexual Black masculinity is a threat to somebody. And I hate to break it down that way where it may come off a certain way to other people, but why is it? When it seems as though you come off as, and people know me, I'm heterosexual and I'm Black and I'm strong and I speak my mind. I'm a human being. I have feelings, emotions, family, children, and I stand for something. It's like James Evans, Good Times, The Father. He's a blue collar working class guy. He's a strong man who may not make a lot of money, but he holds his family down. Look, his son on Good Times is a gay man, right? But that's okay, right? My thing is, why is it that we, from your point of view, do you notice that Black heterosexuality seems to not be acceptable? We have to, in the corporate world, for example, we can't be as threatening, but we're not walking around trying to be threatening. We're being who we are. But if we do have a spiritual and mental and physical radiance about us that is so strong, and someone else is intimidated, we shouldn't have to dumb down ourselves or reduce the power of ourselves because that corporate boss, who most likely is white, and sometimes when he's not white, it could be a Black man who's over us, but he has to jump through the hoops, and he doesn't want you being as strong as you are, right? So my thing is that when we speak about an agenda, and we speak about the gay agenda, right? I'm not speaking about you, my brother, because there is no agenda to take over the world. You're just sharing what you are and who you are. And again, this conversation for me is not to tell you why you're wrong and there's chemicals and this and that. And yes, I do believe that there is an element of that. And I'll wrap this up on my point in the next 90 seconds. I do believe that they've given the powers that be, the wise, wicked oppressor has given many brothers and sisters who are under that LGBT umbrella, which before, like Brother Dave said, there was no LGBT anything. You were a Black person.
No, hold on.
Oh, okay, wait. Let me just finish. I'm going to be done in a minute. That their acceptance of you, and I'm talking about maybe white America, the powers that be. I'm not saying about the Hicktown dude who voted for Trump, who drives a pickup truck. I'm talking about those who are in power, that if we extend ourselves in this movement and embrace them, that will further divide them from the one movement that we don't want them to have, right? And I believe many who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgendered, who are Black, have been duped to running that way because that's our space now. We can run there. In the HOTEP Negroes, the pro-Black folks, they never accepted us. Yes, and I agree with you on that. But they've used that strategically in their defense. So they've reduced who we are as a people. So I never dispute factual evidence of things in our Black movement, in the civil rights movement, how many gay brothers and sisters were there. Oh, no. It's always been, but it's been extracted from us because we haven't embraced you or given you a space or shunned you because of whatever religious reason, whatever have you. And now we're diluted even more when, like I like to say, we need your ovaries, we need your sperm, we need your talents and abilities, and we need you not to look at us like we're something separate. Whether there are some of us who agree with certain things or they're put off by it, that's their issue. And whatever we do behind our closed doors is our issue and what we do. But we are Black people, and we are at the bottom of the rung. We're being knocked off slowly but surely and overtly. And we need to all understand that there's no person from the outside of our community who's going to come in and be nice to one faction because they love us. If they don't love me, they don't love you. You see what I mean? And we got to look at it in a multi-level way strategically, that it may feel good to feel as though I'm in this LGBT movement, but then what are they doing for us? Not you, but what are they doing for us? Do they love us the way they say they love you? And if they don't love us that way, who may not fall under that umbrella, then they don't love you. Because when you come home, back home to the hood, to the neighborhood, to us, whether we have our issues or not, right? We're still one family. We're still one family. But go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, it took 4 minutes on that.
So which way do Black heterosexuals want it? Because the Black community just seems to want the right to everything. Like, the Black community wants the space to exist and to be empowered, but yet wants to openly be able to discriminate, dishonor, and reject any other person for any other reason that they see fit.
I understand. And you know what? That's not me. Yeah, but that's not me, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, but I'm speaking to exactly to what you are saying,
right?
Because I don't understand how it has gotten to now the LGBT movement needs to be a Black empowerment movement. No, it is a LGBT movement. It caters to persons who identify or have a alternative orientation to the commercial or predominant orientation that already exists. It's not a racial movement. It has nothing to do with race. Just like the LGBT community don't expect the Black movement to necessarily be exclusively concerned with sexuality, because it is about Black consciousness, Black beauty, Black existence, Black validation. And that should be the predominant agenda of that movement, because that's what that movement is. So why is it that the LGBT community should become about the Black movement?
Well, if Black, and I'll say LGBT for the sake of the show, but I mean my gay, bisexual, lesbian, trans, I like to leave that out, but I'm not saying to erase you personally. I just want us to, in our dialogues in the future, not just on the show, but to address us as brothers and sisters, because, when they look at the numbers of unemployment, when they look at the numbers of those who are locked up, when they look at the numbers of those who are the downtrodden in society and the so-called terrible statistics, look how many of those LGBT brothers and sisters are in those numbers, and they don't concern themselves with even extracting just those people to help them and leave the rest of the Black folks out. It's one big pool. Because you see, when I worked in corrections, there are many brothers, and I didn't really enjoy working with the women because I didn't want to get caught up in no foolishness. But the brothers that I know to this day, that I see every day on the street, some are in hetero relationships right now. When nighttime came, a lot of them brothers was on their knees and not to pray. And that's their secret. I saw certain things. I don't blow them up. But all I'm saying is that for those who chose to come out, right, you are still considered in those statistics, those bad statistics. If you have a gay brother who has all golds in his mouth and dreadlocks, and he's walking down the street with some baggy sagging pants, the brother's gay, but he may not act in any effeminate manner. He may be acting very masculine. And he walks into the 7-Eleven, and you have a cop parked down the block, and the person who owns that store, who's working at the store, is scared of that person because of the overall stereotype. All I'm saying is that there's not one way to extract ourselves from that imagery of being the big Black boogeyman wolf in society. So that's why we need to have these conversations to align ourselves more. And I do understand the divide. I do understand the hypocrisy, especially in the Black church. When you have so many in the Black church, let me tell you something. There was a church I used to go to in the late 70s, early 80s with some friends of mine. And most of the friends that I had around me who were a little older, let's say if we took 10 of them, 8 of them were gay. And by the mid or early 80s, most of them were dead. Now, I'm not saying all gay men, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they would sit up and ridicule each other for being gay and turn around and behind closed doors do their thing, right? So even with the whole religious thing, it's just like, you better not be that. You can get a girl pregnant, and we got issues with that. But guess what? you better not come home that way. And see, where the time that I was raised up in, the people I were exposed to, you know, I still didn't understand everything, but I saw the whole scope of their humanity. And with the term homophobia, I'm going to echo Dr. Umar Johnson, where he says, well, phobia means that you're fearful of something. I'm not scared of you. You're my brother. I love you. Just like I love Brother Fred and Holla and Jack and Sister Van Sanity and Rose and Suze and, you know, Nicole, everybody. So it's a human thing. It's a Black thing. It's a one thing. They have us so separated, right? North and South. You're from the North and I'm from the South, and you're light and I'm dark, and you're from the motherland and this was from the Caribbean and I'm an American. You people coming over here to my country. One's gay, one's straight, one's this, one's that. One's a vegan, one eats meat. Most of my friends eat meat. They know I don't eat meat. You know what I mean? But they embrace me. Unity first, right? And for those who are hetero, who don't reach out to your brothers and sisters because they happen to be, they're still human beings. God still made them. We may have an issue, but in this time of war, on us as a people, it is not advantageous to any one of us to be divided. Even if we don't understand, again, we can iron that out later on. But the way that we're being knocked off, you think if something happened to one of my gay brothers that they got knocked off or shot up by some of the police, that I'm on, well, the night before he had a dick in his mouth, so he ain't my brother and I ain't gonna defend him. No, you Black like me. Just the same way if something was done wrong to somebody white and they were innocent. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, well, they're white, and I'm going to sit there and be wrong and not say anything because they deserve it because of what their forebears did to our people and they have advantage. No, if something's wrong, it's wrong because, look, it comes down to God. Forget about, and I know Brother Holly going to talk about God, right? I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the Creator, the one who made us. There is an order here. And there's different levels and hierarchies to that order. And most of those levels and hierarchies weren't created by the Creator. Yes, he made color. Yes, he made sex. Yes, he made many things. He made you, he made me, right? But we can't get so caught up in that. And I think it's advantageous to that one, meaning that order that oppresses us all, for us to be looking at it as one side of the fence against the other side. That yes, we do have differences, yes. And that's a beautiful thing. Who wants to eat Chinese food every night? I like pizza sometime, vegan pizza, right? Variety, okay. But let's not fall into the hands of those who want to destroy us all. There's somebody out there that don't like none of us. And it's not because of your sexuality. My sexuality is because of the melanin in our skin. I'll shut up. But go ahead, Davion. And then after that, let Hala talk on it. But Davion, give me something on that.
So the responsibility is to all persons involved. The powers that be are this phantom other power source that is being the puppet master is not here to speak or to exchange or to participate in this. It's everybody's responsibility listening to be welcoming. And it's not the LGBT party's responsibility to be warm-hearted toward the Black community, because gay people have never had an issue with any fucking body. Not anybody. They are good on straight people. They are good on women. They are good on men. They're good on every fucking body. It's heterosexuals. It's the Black community who needs to warm up and make it its business to be welcoming of this community. Because if it wants this community as an ally, if it wants this community to share its platform, to share its influence, to share its power, then it's going to have to be on responsibility of heterosexuals to start being more inclusive, more accepting, and more tolerable, and more willing to even first and foremost acknowledge that they're privileged LGBT persons. Because if you can't even acknowledge that you're privileged, then we can't get anywhere from that point. Just like Black people are trying to push white persons to acknowledge white privilege. if you can't even acknowledge that you are more privileged than me and that the responsibility falls more on you than it does on me because you are the one in the power seat, you are the predominant representation, you actually have the access to the resources that I do not, then where's the compromise? Where is the team footing? There is none. LGBT persons have no responsibility to the straight community, and I personally don't care how the straight community feels about LGBT persons not making it their business to take it upon themselves to be inclusive because they have always been that. All of the finger pointing, all of the conversation needs to be had with heterosexuals, not homosexuals. Homosexuals are having to defend themselves from every crack and crevice of this topic. Y'all don't want us in y'all books, as one man said. Y'all obviously feel like we are a bad representation for your children, so you don't want us to have access to them. I mean, am I the only one who is seeing this?
No, there are a lot of people. Trust me, I speak to a lot of people who are sharing what you're saying. Honestly, that's why we're here.
Let me go ahead and.
Okay, so I would like to say.
Okay, one at a time, y'all.
First of all, I would like to say that yes, you are the only one who's seeing this because honestly, I'm listening to what you're saying, and you're pointing fingers at this heterosexual community that I feel is non-existent. I really think you're pointing at a natural state of existence, and then you're lumping it together in a group and then associating an ideology with it that is really non-existent. I mean, I don't know if
Sir, I've been gay. I've been gay all of my life. I have dealt with discrimination for being gay all of my life. I go through bullshit now because I'm gay in relations to heterosexuals to this day, and I'm a 31-year-old man. So what I'm talking about is not.
So with that said.
So with that said.
With that, what I said, I've been black all my life. I've put up with discrimination all of my life. I've had white people call me a nigger all my life, okay? But I mean, seriously.
And is anybody telling you that you are wrapping that up in an ideology and that is something that's in nature and that blah, 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 blah? You're talking about a reality that everybody knows is blatantly true, just like homophobia is a blatant reality that everybody with a brain can be a witness to.
This is your reality.
Hey, it's plenty of homosexuals on this phone, and there are plenty of police reports and plenty of footage to support what I am saying on the phone. So what are you talking about?
Lance.
Yes.
You know, can I speak?
Go ahead, Lucky.
I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're part of the conversation, brother, so come on in.
The animosity towards each other. But I just want to speak from my own experience.
Mm-hmm.
I've been rejected by the black community. I've been rejected by the gay community. I've been rejected by the black gay community.
But you've never been rejected by the Lance Scurv show. We go back years, but go ahead.
Okay. What I've learned in my life, me being 34 years old, I've learned in my life that before I was black, before I was gay, I was human. And when I came into this world, I am responsible for myself. When I'm out there marching, I'm not marching just for black rights. I'm not just marching for LGBT rights. I'm marching for transgender rights, animal rights, elderly rights, human rights. At the end of the day, because we put our labels, we put labels on each other, and then we get mad because of our differences instead of seeing the similarities. You and I we're all marching for the same thing, which is not just equality, it's equity, what we deserve as human beings. Not what is tolerated. I don't want, and the thing about it, they say, why doesn't the black gay community, link up with the black community when it comes to rights? I'm not going to go where I'm tolerated. I'm going to go where I'm celebrated. And let me tell you something. Them white gays do not give a damn about the black gays and the black transgender people.
That's what I'm getting at.
What you think it is. They do not give a damn about us. The black community do not give a damn about us. If I go out there and get my ass whipped, and it makes national news, is the black community going to celebrate me, support me, or not because I'm gay, or is the LGBT community is going to support me because I'm black? We get it from all around. We get it all our lives. We get it from everybody. We get it from the white supremacy, and we get it from homophobia, from our own people. And then they have the nerve to tell us that, oh, you're trying to throw it in our face. You have children that are gay. You call them sissies or tomboys. Not all tomboys turn out to be lesbians. Not all sissies turn out to be gay. But they're there. What do you say to them? Just like someday you had the privilege to look on the television and see your face, even though that person was playing and I'm so sorry, I'm just so passionate, Lance. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no. This is the place to be passionate, brother. And while you're being passionate, a question was asked of you in the chat room.
This is not about differences. This is about love and wisdom.
Right.
Sometimes we got to stop for a minute and say, wait a minute. I'm not a fucking label. I'm not just a black man. I'm not just a gay man. I'm not just a black gay man. I'm a many things. And whether or not I have children naturally or got children, or even if I have children in my family, it's my responsibility to protect myself and protect my energy and protect my family and protect my neighborhood. We've got to so separate from each other, even within the black community, even within the black gay community. Even in the black gay community, there's a lot of separatists. If you're too feminine, you can't, the masculines don't want nothing to do with the
feminine. Speak on that. Speak on that.
Don't want to be nothing to do with the fans. I can go on and on and on. And the gay community don't want to connect with the transgender community. But yet we all sit here and say we want equality. It's stupid. We're puppets. We're human first. Where's the love? Where's the love? That's all I got to say.
Can I say something?
I have to get that out of my system.
Yeah, come on in, Van.
Okay. Who was just speaking?
That was Lucky Star.
Oh, hey, Lucky Star. I'm gonna address what Lucky Star first said. This whole we're all human. Not saying me personally, but there are a lot of Black people who feel that they are not human within this pro-Black paradigm. Because if you're going to sit there and say, like, okay, quote unquote, we're all human, I don't believe I'm like the Caucasoid. Me personally, we all know that Caucasoids have like 4% Neanderthal.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hello?
Yeah, but continue, Van. The person who said hello, we can hear you loud and clear.
So to sit there and say, oh, yeah, we're all, from like a human aspect is just like, okay, but right now we're under a system that's taking advantage of us, and we can't really fight for all of these rights. Like, okay, if I'm under a system that has me enslaved, I'm not going to care about animal rights. I'm not going to care. Well, I care about it. I'm not going to care about the environment and all of these things first. I'm going to care about myself and my current situation. Like how they say on the airplane, you have to put on your oxygen mask first before you could help other people. But I wrote a whole lot of stuff since the last encounter with Davion. It's maybe about a paragraph of things that I wanted to address. First, I wanted to address this the Black First agenda versus Black Lives Matter, and this idea of diversity. Because I went on the website because Davion, he had said that Black Lives Matter, that's why we have like gay people, they do fight for Black rights, and that's why we have Black Lives Matter. The main issue that many people have with Black Lives Matter is that it's not for Black people. The first premise is diversity. And yeah, we could say diversity as an inclusion within all Black people, but we all know that this diversity that they're speaking of is inclusion for all other groups to come and co-opt Black lives and to be able to use our platform to elevate their platform. So to mention Black Lives Matter, it's kind of like, okay, well, yeah, most Black people, I feel, agree with the hashtag and not necessarily the movement itself. Then you wanted to, you mentioned, like, further on, I wanted to link these two together, that heterosexual people get more resources than gay people, and that's incorrect. Because the fact that Black, queer, LGBTQ were able to get this money from George Soros to fund Black Lives Matter says a lot. There's no movement that has a Black first agenda will not pick up the funds that Black gays have been able to monetize and be able to, like, pick up on. And that's because they're just another, I guess, enforcement arm for the system of white degeneracy. You said, let's see. You said, oh, wow, okay, hold on. You also said that Black people don't want gay people within their spaces, but I feel like in 2017, and I'm 26, I've seen a lot, and I feel like if anything, gay people are more accepted now, or just overall, just, I want to say ignored, but it's like it doesn't faze people. So it's like you're either doing what you're doing in your life, and it's not bothering people, or you're on the ground working. Just like when Lance said, "Oh yeah, like in the gay not the gay church, the church, there's a lot of gay men," and that's true. So I feel, I don't say that's true, but like, I know for a fact, like, just even growing up, and I didn't go to Black church. I grew up Catholic, and our musician, our music director.
That's even worse.
Two of them who were exactly who were homosexual. Who were homosexual, and no one made fun of him or made him feel ostracized or anything because he was homosexual. Yeah, you definitely have that older group of people who are not trying to hear it, but a lot of younger people are just like, you know what, like, okay, you're gay, whatever. What are we about to do about these white people stepping on our necks, though? Let's see. We also spoke about children, and you said that gay people don't have children. That's number one. And you said number two, that gay people are not responsible for your children. But you see, this is the issue. This is like my core issue with this whole LGBTQ and this super hyper individualization. And people feel like, gay people feel like, oh yeah, well, these aren't my children, and you need to watch what your children are doing. But it takes a community. So if our children are watching what we're all doing, you do have a hand in this. We all do. Black LGBTQ members, they have a responsibility to clean up their act, just like Black men and Black women. And I definitely understand that your issues are more compounded because of how you choose to identify. But the fact is, there are gay people who are having children, because you said that gay people aren't having children, but there are gay people who do have children. Okay. And yeah, no, obviously, but I just felt like there was something to point out, because how are these children even coming about? What you call it? Me personally, I know I have a couple of cases where it's like, people close to me, I didn't even know they were gay. They were living their life completely down low, wife and children, and they just come out, and then they essentially abandon these children to go live, their lifestyle. And I feel like me, as I guess a heterosexual person, I can't come out and say to them, yo, this is wrong, because if I do, they automatically think I'm coming at them because of their orientation, when I'm coming at them as a Black man. Because even though you're gay or you're lesbian or whatever, but I'm speaking to men at this moment, even though you're gay, you still have a responsibility as a Black man, regardless of your
Yeah, we hear you, but keep talking, Van.
Huh?
Yeah, Van is speaking right now. As soon as she's done, I'll let you speak, whoever said hello. But continue on, Van.
Yeah, you have a responsibility as a Black man, period. And your responsibility is to make sure that our community is safe, regardless of how you sexually identify, what you do behind closed doors. Like, I think it's absolutely crazy that, you know, Davion is sitting here saying that, you know, he as a gay person, he has no, I guess, no responsibility to black people. I feel like we both.
First of all, I never said that. So if you're gonna,
yes, you
please
did.
don't put words in my mouth, and we can play the recording back when it's all said and done. But I never said that for one, because I am a black man, so that would be a very ignorant statement for me to make.
You did say that, and that's
no, I did not say that.
You did, but let me finish.
You can finish, but I did not say that, and you're not going to finish on a lie. In my presence about me.
Anyways, black children have all our issues. It's for all of us. You definitely did say you don't have a responsibility to black children. You said you don't have a responsibility.
It's not black children. I'm not responsible for anybody's children. I'm not. And nobody is. You're not responsible for mine. I'm not responsible for yours.
No. But you know something.
Period.
In the grand scheme of things, I am. If I see a child doing wrong in the street, I'm going to correct that child. Because
okay, but we're talking about the street. You are talking about wanting to be openly discriminatory towards same-sex people just because they're same-sex loving, and we can't be affectionate with our partners or be openly gay because we have to be concerned about what that means for your children. But you don't have an issue with two heterosexual couples being heterosexual couples in your children's presence, but you have an issue with same gender loving individuals being a couple in front of your kids. And that's the biasness and the contradiction that I'm speaking to when I speak about that. Now you can finish. You can finish. I'm listening.
You see, he's talking about having a conversation, and then you just jumped in to say a whole bunch of stuff that I didn't even hear.
You actually did. You're speaking a biasness in what you're saying.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
You see, how can we have a conversation about?
Because you don't understand context, so how can we have a conversation?
No.
When you're putting words in a person's mouth, how can we have a conversation?
No, you see. Anyways, I'm gonna let that go.
Thank you.
Because I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything to rebut what you said, because that's not how we have a conversation. So,
well, ma'am,
anyways,
ma'am.
Yeah, you're lucky.
This is Lucky. You made a comment that you said you were responding to me. I think you said something of the lines that that we think that black people have it, I guess, better resources, or they have it better. But you guys fail to realize that before I'm gay, I'm still black, and I'm still going through the same experiences that you guys go through on a daily basis. I'm fighting for my lifetimes too. I'm fighting for my lifetimes too.
I agree.
Not just because I'm black, it's because I'm gay. And I also want to say that I do agree with you. There are gay men and women out here who do have children, whether they have had children from previous relationships with the opposite sex, or whether they made the decision to have sex or to procreate with a opposite sex to have children. There are gay people and gay couples who do have children, who do grow up to be heterosexual, male and female.
Yeah,
I just want to put that out there.
Oh yeah, no, I just want to
say that we all are making valid points. It's not about who's right. It's about understanding, what the struggle is like. We all can agree what it's like to be black. Now let's understand what it's like to be black and gay, or be black and trans, or whatever. I agree with you. I don't like labels. I don't like. Why do we have to? Some of us don't believe that we're human beings. You get what I'm saying? And that's perfectly fine with you. Just feel like you want to believe in Christianity, if you want to believe in Catholic, that's your business.
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe in any of that. I was just giving an antidote.
I understand that. I understand that. What I'm saying is, it's not instead of us, constantly battling about who's right and who's wrong about the differences. How about we come together as people while we have the platform and the world's watching? How about we come together and focus on what the similarities of our struggles?
Right.
And get to that
definitely.
Point. Because we can sit here all day. Because just like, do you even know who Bayard Rustin is? Bayard Rustin was Martin Luther King's top advisor. but you don't see him in the American history books or the Black history books because he was a gay man and a Black man. He was not in American history books because he was Black.
That's right.
And they only needed a couple Black heroes. You know, they only put a handful of them in the American books, and they get the story wrong in that. But even in the Black history books, they don't include the Bayard Rustin and the Audrey Lorde and the James Baldwin.
But there's a reason for that. Peace. I would love to elaborate on that.
Brother Holler.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me clarify something for the good brother so that we can understand why that is. And it is not because he is homosexual. He is a homosexual. He exactly was that. And unbeknownst to most people, Bayard Rustin actually was the leader of the civil rights movement. And because he was a homosexual, this is the reason why he was not at the forefront. Martin Luther King was a perfect candidate. However, what you don't know is that whole situation was set up so that civil rights bill could be your champion for today. So I heard a couple points, and
I know the history of it. I know the history. Let me make my point. I'm just saying that there are Black.
Excuse me. Let me make my point. I ain't interrupt anyone. I listen. I listen to everybody, and I want to put some things out there because I think there's some things that need to be known in order to resolve a situation, because a lot of things that I'm listening to and that we're dealing with, and we're not dealing with the root of this. And there's some things that need to be done, some education. So it might be some things that I might say right now that some people may not like. Just understand this is out of love. We're talking about Black people on here today, correct?
Yes.
I love each and every last one of you. But I got to tell you the truth, and this is just a fact. First and foremost, let's let it be known. Homosexuality, and I have nothing against any individual who chooses that lifestyle, but in regards to Black people, and maybe for those who are gay, they can understand the position or the opposition for those in the Black community or the so-called conscious community as to why they think or react the way that they act. Historically, homosexuality is not a thing of African culture. This is a fact. Homosexuality is a Caucasian, it is a European culture. It was introduced to us through slavery and invasion. This was not something that we chose. I need this to be known. And I need you young brothers to know this. I have children of my own. And my oldest daughter came to me, she told me that she was gay. She also made me a grandfather later on in life, and she's not gay. Some children have phases, some don't. But what I teach my children is that in everything that you do, be thorough in what you do and know what you're involved in. Take a little time to have some intellectual vigilance to know what you're getting involved in. So, you can be homosexual, not a problem. But understand when you're approaching the Black community, there is a healthy culture that comes from African ancestry, and it did not include homosexuality. So it brings up the same problem as the problem comes when you get Black folks together and religion. Don't take it personal. Don't act like it's just you. The same thing go on when you get religious people, political people, when you get Black people together. This is the problem. We need to understand before you are anything, you are an African. Period. You could be a Christian or whatever you want to be, but just understand you are an African first. And certain things go in order. Now, in regards to why the majority of a lot of people in the United States don't want you all to have equality in regards to heterosexuality, I mean, a lot of it is just logical, whether you want to deal with it or not. It is the fact. All things in life are reproduced in a masculine and a feminine principle. This is known all over the whole entire globe. You introduced something to a people that was very awkward. It has become what once used to be taboo is now becoming the norm, but it is still awkward to a lot of your people. A lot of your people are uncomfortable, but a lot of your people are tolerant also. I think what needs to be understood is that all of us need to come together to the table, no matter what you get involved in. And remember, you are an African first. They don't care. They're not going to care whether you gay when they want you to jump on them trucks and they put you in a camp. They're not going to care about none of that. You're African first. None of that matters. Take no beef up with your people. Your problem ain't no different than a black Muslim and a black Christian arguing with each other. Same nonsense. All it does is keep us away from the frequency that they interrupted us from in the first place. That's it. That's why. That's it. Don't make it no more than what it is. Go ahead. Absolutely.
First and foremost, I want to apologize for interrupting you. That was rude of me, so I just want to apologize to you for that. But I did want to respond to your comment about us choosing homosexuality. I can't speak for anybody else. This is me. I can't speak for anybody else, but I can speak for myself. I did not choose to have same-sex desires for men, just like you did not choose to have.
I was going to address that too, but go ahead. Go ahead. I was going to address that, but go ahead. Go ahead. Hello.
Okay. I just want to put that out there. You know, you guys keep saying we chose homosexuality, and a lot of it is like you said. We're fighting. Can I please speak? A lot of it, like you said earlier, you know, we're speaking on topics on the surface. We need to dive deep into the core root of what the problem really is, which is the lack of knowledge of who we are. Just like you're sharing information with us now, there are a lot of people that's walking around here that's ignorant, that don't know any of that. You get what I'm saying? All they know is who they are. Nobody can tell me what it's like for me, a gay man, same gender lover man, LGBTQ, whatever you want to label me as, whatever it is you want to put the label on. You can't tell me what my life is like. You can't tell me what I chose to live. If I had it to choose, I would choose to be heterosexual, and at least I can stand with the black community, because it's hard as hell to be a black gay man. Another point I wanted to put out there is that I'm just so passionate right now, because you know this is love, but it's just.
Can I speak
about this? The other point I want to put out is that,
yes. After Davion is done, you can speak.
Peace, family. This the black lion right here. Can the black lion roar for a little bit, please?
Yeah. Let Davion finish his point, and you can come right on after. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
Family. What the gentleman I was just speaking? What is your name? I know my brother Holla is on the building. Holla. What's good, brother?
Yeah, we good. We're good, Black Lion. Davion was making a point. After he finished making his point, you can come on in. Go ahead, Davion.
Start speaking. Let's let you start speaking, not me.
I just want to respond to him. I just want to build on it because he did, and I want to say, listen, if you thought that, I don't want to generalize it, but I was going to build on that because there are a lot of people that say that they were born gay, and I used to argue that point and be like, no, until I understood spirituality. And that's a whole nother thing that we need to understand. If you won't understand about spirituality, it's a fact that the eggs that our women are carrying, they already can be affected spiritually based off of what she may be doing. Now, I don't know your mother. No disrespect to that's your God. But I say this to a lot of women, y'all responsible for who you around, what you're taking inside your temple, what's jumping off and jumping on to you. So if a woman, let's just say by example, she's flirting around with it, she ingested it in her spirit. Yeah, she can transfer it off to her kids.
STDs, sexual
Oh, no, I'm not even. I like that. Absolutely. It also goes down into your genetics, your genome code. Absolutely. Because it's been put in our bloodlines through slavery. This is a fact. I'm a firm knower that is real. But there has to be some education. It can't just be like, yo, we stop right there. It can't. It has to be some. And surgery and getting back to your good health, sometimes it hurts. It hurts. It does. When you ain't been in the gym half your life and you get back in it, Lance, no, it hurts.
It's going to hurt me bad.
Yeah, it's going to hurt.
I did some yard work today, and I'm feeling it right now, man. Bending and stretching in the dirt. I'm hurting.
And the older you get, meaning the far in you are into your misguided convictions, or it hurts to come out of it. But you should want to take that pain to come out and be healed and to be healthy again than to suffer for the rest of your life. You know what I'm saying? And find out later that you was all wrong about the whole situation. So, yeah. I say...
But sir, can I respond to that?
Hold on for a minute. I'm looking for...
Okay, I'm sorry, Xavier.
Lance.
Yes.
Could you have like each caller announce who they are so that we don't get it confused who's actually speaking?
Right. So everybody who's on the line, when you speak, just say, hey, this is Holla. This is what I want to say, or Black Lion, or Van Sanity. Yeah, because the voices over the phone could sometimes kind of blend in. But I know most of the voices. But for those who are listening, do that for us.
Okay, my name is Antoine.
Okay, Antoine.
Oh, I would like to see something right quick. I kind of feel what Lucky is saying. There's a lot of people in the community, and my reason why, because I'm 43. So
Yeah, speak a little louder into the phone, brother.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but speak a little louder into the phone so it comes out a little clearer because it's a little more muted. We have a lot of people on the line, so project a little more.
You can hear me now?
Yeah. But just project a little more. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm 43 years old, and a lot of people has one thing is that a lot of folks was not, accept the lifestyle homosexual. We didn't came in the lifestyle by ourselves. We had help to come into the lifestyle. Okay, you got people turning out little boys, little girls left and right. I mean, in the 70s, that's the years I was born. And
what was your experience on that level? Did you have that experience? And unfortunately, did you have to go through that?
Oh, I've been through it. I was a male prostitute at 16. I got raped when I was 5.5 years old by 7 different family members, including granddad.
Man, you're a talk show all by yourself, man. We got to talk about that in depth more. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so a lot of people, when they become homosexual, you got to look at how they become it. A lot of people didn't come to be homosexual all the time. They didn't choose that lifestyle, and for most people, their lifestyle was choosing for them since day one. Now you got these heterosexuals. Now they walk around here, macho, got muscle, walk around here like they the shit, and they be the main one turning out these young boys and these young girls. And then, and what pisses me out, people, they're homosexual, don't go around them. See, y'all don't know our struggle. That we had to go through from family rejection behind it. Start at the family. Then it start at the schoolhouse. Then next thing you know, you start out there in the world. Then you got these ministers that rape a dozen of people children and turn them out to be a homosexual. Daddy, I'm a homosexual. How you got to be a homosexual? Because I done raised you to be a homosexual. Well, such and such did this to me. And such, by the time then, the law ain't going to do nothing about it. They just going to take it some as a cold kid. See, you got to understand about the history of homosexuality. It started way before we came about. It started in the Garden of Eden now. So what I'm saying is all of the sin and kindness. Don't look at the homosexual for what it is. Look at it as that person is a broken person. Because you don't know what that person had to go through and be a part of the LG community. And the lesbian and the LG community, there's so much diversion going on in the community itself.
Yeah, I know.
No facts, no fam. I don't like this one, the dice on one corner, the lesbian on the other one. It's worse than the world itself.
And this is why I wanted to have a show to bring everybody together, regardless of the differences, because I do believe that others benefit from us being divided, and we are not needed anymore in America. We're tools that are used to build America, and we're tossed to the side now. So any little thing to divide us and have us disintegrate and vaporize into nothingness. And this is not me throwing shade at anybody, right? But
me explain this to you right quick. I'm about to get off. Me say this right quick. You know what pissed me off in the black church?
Tell us.
What pissed me off is this. They get up and say, yeah, I used to sleep with this one, and thank God that God saved me from sleeping with that one. I was a playing back in the days, but they'll never let a homosexual get up in the church to tell their testimony. And I bet you, if you clean us up, and if God clean us up, and we walk through them doors, all hell will break loose. Because number one, some of them people we already slept in the church, and some of them probably the ministers. They don't want the homosexual to come in their church.
Yeah. Yeah.
We don't mind telling it. We know the date we slept with them. We know what drawers they wear. We know the markers on their body. We started having. I've been in this for 43 years.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you, man. I mean, I understand. It's a painful thing. But listen, Antoine, we gotta talk. We gotta talk. Can I call you tomorrow?
Okay.
Don't give out your number. I already got your number. But I'm going to talk to you about another show that we can delve into that end of things. And if you want, you can name names. You know what I mean?
Don't get me started because
we're going to get you started. We might have you on tomorrow or later on today.
Like I said, they don't want us to. They'll let us play the organ and direct the choir. But don't give us the microphone, honey. It'll be trouble in the camp.
Well, you know what? I'll give you the microphone. We're going to blow the kingdom up.
We'll chat later on.
Okay. All right, Antoine.
Not on duty. Not on duty. Brother Lynn.
Yes. Black Lion.
It's Lucky.
Oh, Lucky. Okay.
So, Brother Lance, yeah, it's the Black Lion here, man. First and foremost, I want to state, man, even though I don't subscribe or agree with the lifestyle that's going on, I will give respect where respect is due for that man. You know what I'm saying? Speaking, I'm going to say man because that's what his birth was, for acknowledging the different things. Mm-hmm. And the different things that he acknowledged was, he agreed that many are born that way, they are forced that way, which is a fact. It's proven. You know what I'm saying? Two, you know what I'm saying? The issue I have with our community as a whole is we jump to subscribe to allow put labels on us, because you know what? Even though he said they don't have a choice to be the way they are, that we can agree to disagree on that choice, what label and what group you subscribe to. So when you say you subscribe to, which was once the LBGT, which now GTQXYRZ, you know what I'm saying? You chose that. That is your choice. You know what I'm saying? That's not something I did, the Black Lion. That's not something Brother Lance did, Brother Holler, or stated you must be. Choice to join up with that opposition, to be put in, that category that people speak of. That is your choice. That is your fault. You
Black Lion.
And when,
Black Lion.
And when, yes, sir.
I'm gonna let you finish your point. I'm gonna let you finish your point.
You know what I'm saying? And when we as people, regardless, when we start and allow others to put titles and names on us, that's the falling and the tipping point of our livelihood and our situation. Because once you subscribe to that, it's hard to come back. Just like once you subscribe to certain forms of mysticism, it's hard to come back because everybody doesn't awake side which they've walked into. You know what I'm saying? And even though I don't agree with mysticism, but you have a lot of people that do. And I posted a message to ask that gentleman, or ask the gentleman that was originally speaking before this gentleman, Antoine, because he subscribed to mysticism. You know what? That's a problem that I have with mysticism, because many people state and read different things, but they allow it and interpret it to where it benefits or may not benefit them. It states in there, it was not Adam and Steve, it was Adam and Eve. But yet in all, in 2017, you have a lot of people that subscribe to mysticism that go to these Baptist churches, that go to these Pentecostal churches, and now what do you see? In the back door, you see not Adam and Eve, you see Adam and Steve. Or you see Sherelle and Siobhan. You know what I'm saying? Because the churches are, and it's a fact, it's primarily females, or it's primarily males that subscribe to the other gender in these places. And don't tell me that the pastor doesn't know what's going on, because everybody has that moment in time, just like the Catholics, where they go and speak and they repent and they do their 7 Hail Marys and grace, and they know, and that pastor knows what's going on in that church. And like he said, shit, that pastor is probably part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? As we've seen in the past from some of the pastors down in Atlanta and some of these other big mega churches. You know what I'm saying? They're hooked on phonics, meaning that they're hooking, you know what I'm saying, our people and our society like the Catholic and Roman churches have done, you know what I'm saying? And they're banging for bucks. You know what I'm saying? And they're putting them in that position to where now, not are they just, you know what I'm saying, depraved, but they become the fucking predator. You know what I'm saying? And now they prey and predator on our fucking youth. And Brother Lance, you know, brother, and everybody that's heard any show that I've been on, I work for the government, the state of Connecticut. My job is to work with children every day. I save children every day. I talk to children every day. I try my best daily and live to bring children back from the past. And I got 13-year-old kids, 12-year-old children that I try, and at times I'm successful bringing back to the past from, you know what, from being molested by men, from being molested by women. You know what I'm saying? In which now they don't know what their gender is, because now their gender becomes gender specific. You know what I'm saying? They don't know, you know what I'm saying, if they're females and they pretty, beautiful young ladies, but yet no, they fucking carry 45s bigger than the one the Black Lions carry. And I've seen them on the street and they'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? And their pants are sagging, more sagging far than your favorite fucking rappers with the tight jeans. But you know what? They ain't wearing tight jeans. You know what I'm saying? They ain't wearing 501 Slims. They wearing 569s, them baggy fit jeans that slide off their waist. You understand me? Mm-hmm. That's reality. You know what I'm saying? That's the true reality that we live in.
Perspective.
No, it's not a perspective, brother. It's reality because I see it every day, brother. Because you know what? I'm part of the game. That's your reality as you
see your life, sir. That's your reality as you see your life.
Let me explain to you, family. Let me tell you something. One thing the Black Lion don't do is fucking lie, brother. You can look me up. You can look up my government, and Brother Lance has my government, and he's seen my title. Let me finish, brother. I didn't interrupt you, and I'm calling you brother. I'm not calling you out of your name. I'm calling you brother, so that means I'm showing you respect right now. But don't allow my humbleness to turn into something different. You understand me? Because I'm showing you respect. You know what I'm saying? And what I would say is, it's not my perspective, brother. It's not my perspective. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? My son was fucking molested. You understand me? That's not my perspective. That's reality. I work with children daily. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of in Connecticut, you know what I'm saying, where I go out and look for females and young males that have been abducted. You understand me, family? That's not my perspective. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So don't tell me what I know, because I know. You know what I'm saying? Your perspective is the LGBTQ, brother. That's not my perspective.
Is
because
my
that's
life.
not reality.
My
That's
perspective
not
is my
reality.
life.
But you know what I'm saying? You talking about,
And Lance, like, this is all of the privilege that I'm talking about. Sexual privilege is exactly what I'm talking about. It's comical.
Once again, you're being disrespectful. Once again, you're being disrespectful because, once again, I never disrespected you. You know what I'm saying? I allowed you to speak. So when you speak on my reality, you can't call it a perspective because
You're speaking on everybody else's reality.
Once again, you know what?
I actually agree with you. I actually agree with the brother.
Let me finish, family. Let me finish, family. I live with those realities. You know why? Because those vicarious traumas, if you understand what vicarious traumas is, they run through my veins. Even at 3:40 a.m. on the East Coast up in Connecticut, they run through my veins. Because you know why? I deal from it. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one that when a kid come in the facility and I deal with fucking 60 fucking kids, if not more, a month. You know what I'm saying? From the reality. From ages 8, okay, to 19. And I've done with adults, okay, because I've worked with every population, from the degenerates to the mental health to the dual diagnosed, okay, to post-trial to pre-trial for the last 15 years. You understand me? And I've dealt with adult men, okay, that come to me and say, I need shots. I need shit to calm me down because my hormones are raging because I'm ready to go take a little kid. You know what I'm saying? So don't tell me that's not a fucking perspective, brother. That's reality. That's reality because that's what I deal with every day. You know what I'm saying? You can't walk in my shoes because you ain't man enough to walk in my shoes because you don't want to really face reality and the true reality of what's going on. And the reality is, you know what I'm saying? It's been a mental deception. It's been a physical deception, and you're part of the fucking situation. You know what I'm saying? And once again, I can disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? That's not the type of person I am. But I will say this.
Like lion.
You know what I'm saying? And I will say this on air. I will say this on air. Okay? Any kid that you come across, and anybody that come across a kid on my fucking watch, there is no second questions, man. There is no second lines, brother. You know what I'm saying? So you need to figure out what your life is going to be and what road you're going to go with, brother. You know what I'm saying? That's reality. This is the point that this is the point that I was trying to make to you, good brother. And I want to make this point to the good brother on here. Maybe you can understand the frustration, right? I got kids, and I tell them, like, yo, you know, certain things get afforded to you. You know what I'm saying? If you be humble, live humbly. You know what I'm saying? And more will come to you. Sometimes you can overstep your welcome. Sometimes you can take it just a little bit too far, and then you piss off the people that was like tolerating whatever it was. See, for real, honestly, had y'all not tried to change the natural order of the universe, y'all would have been cool. I'm from Philadelphia. Y'all got y'all own fucking section in town. And so
when you say y'all, are you speaking to me and Dave?
Listen, I'm talking about the. Listen,
I feel like it's us versus them,
sir,
and it's
no.
That's how it was from the jump, Lucky. It was that way from the jump, Lucky.
Hold on.
I feel like it's us versus them because you keep saying tolerate. You keep saying tolerate. I don't want you to tolerate me.
Listen to my point.
And we don't need your tolerance either because we're still winning regardless.
Listen to my point. Right. You're absolutely right. Listen to my point. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna tie it all together because you are winning. This is my point. But what I'm saying to you, because if you want to understand why the townspeople was mad, I'm explaining it to you right now. Y'all was cool with everything else y'all was doing. Y'all was having parades and everything. And I'm talking about the LGBTQ. Y'all, I'm from Philadelphia, like I said. In y'all neighborhood, y'all got the rainbow on your street signs, the whole nine. But when you try to go and fight, when you started fighting to change the natural order of the universe, this is when the townspeople got mad. It worked for you because you had people in high places that had something in common with you, and that's why it did. But as far as the townspeople, you want to know why niggas is mad? That's why. And on top of the fact that civil rights is being fought for you before black folk, yeah, niggas is mad. And the fact that you griping and complaining, yeah, I think it's a bit, y'all probably should chill out, man. Like, for real, that's what I think. I think y'all should chill out.
But we're not
attention to yourselves more than what you should, because the whole point is townspeople. Y'all still got to live around townspeople. It's something my great grandmother used to tell me all the time, because this is y'all fight. When you got your head in the lion's mouth, you don't snatch it out, you ease it out. Right now, you still have to contend with the townspeople, you know what I mean? And to keep waving it in the face as if people are ostracizing you, or like, everybody is going through this. And who wasn't going through this more than black folk first? And the idea that African people's plight from slavery and before and beyond, you know what I'm saying, will be jumped by the LGBT. Niggas ain't happy about it. Understand that. You really got to understand that. They're not happy about it. That's it.
But I got to thank you. I got to thank you for your comment, man. Listen, man. And first off, let me just say to the lady that was speaking. I want to just say to the lady that was speaking. I want to say, listen. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate everything that you said. A lot of the things you said were right on in reference to Soros, in reference to him financing the Black Lives Matter. And the gentleman that was just speaking, I just want to say this as well. So there's really no winner in this whole situation, because at the end of the day, we're all going to lose. And I say that because every time black folks get and do an advance, we get some kind of title, some kind of movement. Early on, it was the women's movement. It was this movement, it's that movement, it's the LGBT, it's all kind of movement that's coming in every time the blacks are making some progress. And it's not by chance, it's by design that this is happening. So there really is no winners or losers in this thing. I mean, it is what it is. Now, when you look at Margaret Sanger, who started Planned Parenthood, there was a reason why she started Planned Parenthood, and we are feeling that effect right now. The other thing is, the gentleman said about who started Black Lives Matter. It wasn't Alicia and I think Callier and Opal. It was George Soros, and he funded Black Lives Matter. The other thing is, early on in the conversation, there was a statement made about condoms and 99% being effective. That is not true. The fact is, if you use condoms every day in the right manner, you are still 87% open to getting some kind of disease or pregnancy or something to that effect, even if you use it, effectively. Because you still have to remember, we have bodily fluids, we have open sores, we have things going on within our bodies that's beyond just the condom. So sex in itself, and the gentleman made the point earlier, sex in itself is a transformation of energy. It's a transformation of spirit being. And once you do that, all that stuff goes into the person, the two people who's having that relation. So it's just more than sex. It's definitely more than sex.
That's right. So imagine if your mother was, and I ain't saying no one in particular, just say a woman was having sex with a man that was on the down low. And she gets pregnant. Look what's being passed off. Look what's being passed off.
Like Ryan.
So Lance, this is Davion speaking.
Yes.
You gotta be conscious.
Yes, go ahead, Davion.
So Lucky, I want to address. This is Lucky. I want to address Black Ryan right quick, because I one thing I will do as a man, whether you see me less than of a man, is I will, if I feel that I've offended you, I will apologize for that. I will apologize by saying that this is your perspective. I'm speaking on general terms. I don't, just like you don't know me as a person, I don't know your experience in your life as a person. That's the whole point I was trying to make, is that we have our own perspective of what we think reality is, even though reality on the outside is happening, and we're both responding to it from different sides of the spectrum. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the only point.
And you know what? And you know what, family?
Just like the young lady said earlier. Just like the young lady said earlier, you know, why don't we join with the Black community? Why would we want to join with the Black community if it's only out of toleration?
It ain't even out of that. It's really out of convenience. They really only want to use the platform to elevate the Black lives community.
Who I choose to love is my life in my home. You get what I'm saying? You know, people look at gay people and think that we're just out here just having sex with any and everybody. You know, we have unions too. We have relationships too. There are some of us who don't have sex at all. I don't have sex at all. I protect my energy from any and everybody. And I'm married. I don't have sex with anyone, male or female.
Family,
but I just want to address Black Lion and apologize for him.
Roger, this is the Black Lion right here, sir. And I didn't connect your name. What is your name?
Lucky. And you know what, Lucky? Like I said, I never disrespected you. Regardless of what my, you know what I'm saying, thoughts and views are, I never disrespect you. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not that type of person. But I'm going to tell you, you know what I'm saying? You know what the key word you said in the last sentence and your phrase that you said? Confines of your home. You know what I'm saying? That's a very important key, because you know what? Majority of people out here do not do in the confines of their home. You know what I'm saying? They bring it to society. That's when it becomes a perspective. That's when it becomes societal views. You know what I'm saying? Because now it's not that they're doing what they're doing and it's about them. It becomes about everybody. It becomes a push. There's a reason why, you know what I'm saying? There's a reason why the LGBTQXYZ, and I'm not being facetious, but I'm a criminology major, and that is my education and further science. So I study this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know me, but I'm telling you, but Brother Lance and some of the others can back my qualifications up. But what I will say to you is, okay, the more they start adding letters, the more people are formed into that category. You know what I'm saying? Because see, the Black Line doesn't solidify, can't be formed into that category because I don't subscribe to any alphabet. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying to you, as you stated earlier, when you don't have a choice, because you do have a choice. You know what I'm saying? You may not have a choice or feel you have a choice as far as your thought process and the way you deal with things, but then we can beg a dick on that. But once you start subscribing to the masses or what their views are, you're part of the problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're not part of the solution. And there's a reason why. Now, in this day and age, if you call yourself a melanated man, we're still 3/5 on the books. But yet, no, not only do you have animals, dogs and cats that have more rights than a melanated man, now as a melanated man, you stepped up to the front line to where you have more rights than the average melanated man or melanated sister, because you know why? You have conformed and solidified to the alphabet, and that's a problem.
Thank you.
Because you know what? Are you gonna run with that alphabet, or are you gonna run with your people, who, even though they may not agree with what your beliefs are, but you're gonna need that protection, because you know what? Shit hit the fan. Them white motherfuckers, them Hispanic motherfuckers, all them motherfuckers on that alphabet, they gonna leave you shit and dry. And you know what? You may walk through fucking New Haven, Connecticut, where I ride at. You may have a problem, and them motherfuckers ain't gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Black Lion, you know what I'm saying? You my brother. Fuck this and that. You know what I'm saying? Hold me down, I'll hold you down. As a fucking man. That's what I'm speaking about, family. And if you can't understand that, and if you,
I definitely understand what you're saying.
I don't.
Let me finish. And if you can't understand that, and any other brother or sister, you know what I'm saying, who deals and has action and subscribes to those realms, you know what I'm saying, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? I cannot run I cannot ride with anybody that's helping to oppress my people.
And neither can we.
To break down the families. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? That what you subscribe to is breaking down the families. It's breaking down the families. That's why our communities are now down to neighborhoods. And they will not become communities again. You know what I'm saying? Because we've subscribed as people to different factions in which do not truly represent us. It's about dollar and cents, man. And if it ain't about dollars, it don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And all that there, it's about dollars. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you.
And y'all don't either.
Until you realize the way to understand that.
And y'all don't either.
I want you to respond, Davion.
Black Lion. Black Lion. I want to, Lance, this is like I want to address him.
Okay.
I made that point when I first started talking on this line. I made that point that the LGBT community don't give a damn about the gay brothers and sisters. I made that point. Just like I made the point that the black community don't give a damn about the gay brothers, black brothers and sisters out here.
But see, that's not true.
You guys keep talking about that is true. That is absolutely true. That is true. Let me tell you.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
Because just like Antoine said on the phone, it starts in the home. When your brothers and sisters calling you faggots and sissies, and then you go to the schoolhouse and they calling you faggots and sissies, and then you go to the church, they're saying that you're a sin before you even know what sex is. The thing is about abuse. The thing is about abuse and power. It has nothing to do with homosexuality. It has everything to do with sexual conversion. You have grown men and women out here raping little boys and girls. It's not just
and I deal with that every day, brother. And I say that I deal with that every day.
I'm saying all that to say that I understand what you're saying and I understand what you're trying to convey. But how can you ask us to connect with the black community if the black community is rejecting us and at most?
Let me ask you a question. Brother. You got myself, the Black Lion. You got brother Howell on the line. Okay, you got brother Lance on the line. That's 3 heterosexual strong males. We alpha males, okay? Did any of us ever disrespect you? Did any of us ever disrespect you?
Yeah.
Did any of us disrespect any other cause? No. Don't dance around.
No, let me ask you a question. I'm not dancing around.
Okay, one at a time, yo. Go ahead, Davion.
I'm not dancing around. Let me answer. Please let me answer.
Go ahead.
I'll be back. I'm going to check my perimeter. I'll be right back.
Black Lion did make some comments that did offend me. But outside of that, did he disrespect me? No. He was speaking out of passion. I said something that offended him. I understood his emotion. And that's just like you guys keep saying strong heterosexual men. If somebody told you that you was heterosexual, just like somebody said, oh, you're gay, you're a faggot, you're a sissy, you're a punk, you're this, you're that. Somebody told me that. Before I came to this world, all I knew is that I was a human being, that I was made from God, the same God that created you and the same God that created me. That's all I know. Before I can go out into this world, I have to protect myself and know exactly who I am and where I'm going. That's why it's important for us to come together, not try to divide us and point fingers at each other. I'm not blaming none of y'all in this line because you guys live your life. You guys have your own version of reality of what life is, just like we have our own version of reality. Just like Antoine said, he has experienced sexual abuse. I've never experienced that. And I lived a life. I'm not in a relationship with anyone. I do not have sex. I'm celibate. I don't have sex. I'm not out here having sex. But my thing is this: when I'm out here fighting, whether it's for black rights, gay rights, whatever, I'm fighting for my rights, what's rightfully mine. If I get into a union, whether it be with a male or female, I want my rights to be protected, even if to the day that I die. That's what it's all about.
All right.
The system where.
So I would like to say that this is Jack, and I would like to say that nobody told me I was homosexual. One day I was just walking down the aisle in the grocery store, and I saw one of them lowrider magazines with the chick bent over, and she had some big ass and some big ass titties, and I'm like, oh man, my pants just got so tight. My pants just got so much tight, and next thing you know, I wet my pants. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Well, and I was going to state something similar to the same. You know what I'm saying? Because see, you know what I'm saying. I've always reconditioned myself based off of the difference of what society stated. And that's why the name, the Black Lion, was given to me, and I still took me today, because I'm a rare breed. I'm different. I don't think like society. I don't subscribe to society, you know what I'm saying? And what people's views are and other people's views are, no, I don't take a man and formulate them to become mine. You know what I'm saying? That's not my perspective, brother. I'm not a perspective. I'm not a one of victimization of a perspective. That's not me. That's what other people may be. That's what society may be. But see, that's part of the problem with society. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like I stated, none of the brothers on the phone, on this call, ever disrespected you. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? At the end of the day, if we can use you as a soldier, regardless, you can do what you want to do on your own time. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's about what side you truly gonna ride on. You know what I'm saying? When shit hit the fan. LGBTQ, which don't give a fuck about you and is just using you, or you gonna be with the people that really respect you, really care about you. You know what I'm saying? And really want you to be the best person you can be. Because you know what? I'm not one, you know what I'm saying, to make judgment or pass on anybody. Because you know what? I've never been a saint, and I've been far more than a sinner. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I tell everyone I deal with, whatever you're gonna do, be the best at it. Don't fucking double dutch. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna be a homosexual, be the fucking best homosexual you can be. But don't fucking sit over here and be a homosexual on Monday, and on Tuesday you trying to go fuck Bertha with the big ass down the block, bro. Because now you're causing problems, not for yourself, but you're causing problems for everybody else. You understand that? And that's the problem with a lot of cats, you know what I'm saying? A lot of those that call themselves, you know what I'm saying, homosexuals or deal with that lifestyle. That's the game that they play. And that's the real fucking problem. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what? You're seeing the devil, but they saying they fucking God. You know what I'm saying? And if you can, I'm sure you can understand what I'm speaking to by that.
Black Lion.
And you know,
I would love to have it. This lucky.
This is Brandon.
I want to respond to Black Lion. I know, I'm sorry. Let me respond to Black Lion. I would love to have a conversation with you offline for real, because I'm just like you. That's what the whole point I'm trying to make in this entire conversation is let's find the similarities in
I'll hook it up.
Subscribe to what society puts out there. You get what I'm saying? And everything that you're saying, I can understand it. Just like all I'm trying to say to you is understand what it's like to walk in my shoes. I don't know what it's like to walk in Black Lion shoes, but I definitely know what it's like to walk in Lucky shoes. And when I walk out this door, I'm not marching with just the Black community or the gay community. I'm going out there to survive for myself. Because at the end of the day, when I'm dead and gone, who's gonna be there for me? If I get my ass whipped and you guys just so happen to find out that I'm a homosexual, are you gonna still stand up for me?
I got your back, Lucky.
Yes.
Well, brother, like I said,
You're saying that you guys are coming at us with love and understanding and all that, but we're telling you that that's not our experience coming from the Black community. We're not receiving love.
Yeah, we understand.
From birth. That's all I'm trying to get you guys to understand.
Van, jump in when you want.
World being hated on. It's for being who we are that we cannot control.
Well, like I said, brother,
like you're saying, history, homosexuality goes a long way past even during slavery. It's a lot about homosexuality and slavery that we all as Black people need to know about, even including homosexuals. That's why I don't have sex now. Just because I have same-sex desires does not mean that I'm out here in the streets having sex with any and every male that I see or I'm lusting after them. Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to protect my spiritual self. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
you and I can have a good word offline. I swear it would be sweet.
Like I said to you earlier, brother, first of all, you know what I'm saying? Brother Lance has my phone number. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll hook it up.
I don't have a problem with communicating with you and helping you at any point, you know what I'm saying, to come to a comfort zone with yourself. But like I said,
but
brother,
here's the thing, though.
You know
I don't need help. I don't need help. I don't need. See, that's you're saying these words, and then you're saying you're not disrespecting.
Well, whatever the conversation. Well, you do need help in a sense because you're looking for help to know that you have support. So yes, that is help, regardless of whether way you think about it or speak or formulate it. That's what it is. But like I said, brother, not only do I deal with daily, okay, 60 melanated males and females total a day, but I got to live with that shit in my life. You know what I'm saying? Because as I said it earlier, my son was a victim. You know what I'm saying? My heir was a victim, my oldest child. You know what I'm saying? And even though we agree to disagree, there's nowhere in hell I'm going to let anybody lay fingers on my fucking seed. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? We can agree to disagree Monday through Sunday. If shit hit the fan, motherfuckers know on the street that I got them shits that they favorite rappers talk about. You know what I'm saying? I'm good with my shit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I can vouch for that.
I'm good with my shit. You know what I'm saying? So once again, when don't think I'm not fucking empathizing with your situation, because I said it earlier about that vicarious trauma. You know what I'm saying? Because your trauma is also my trauma. And it's not my trauma because it's not my trauma because I know you personally. It's my trauma because I deal with it daily on a personal level and I deal with it on a professional level. You know what I'm saying? So now me as an individual, I have to be able to balance my situation. I got to be able to balance the situation where I don't just go off the ledge and start knocking motherfuckers' heads off, you know what I'm saying, on every fucking block just because they're walking in and they look suspect. You understand me? That's what I'm saying. So just like it's hard for you, it's even harder for me, bro. It's even harder for me. You know what I'm saying? Because the God in me, you know what I'm saying, wants me to fucking read a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking truth to you. Because I know a lot of shit that I've seen, and it may not be you. Don't feel that I'm saying that you're classified in this situation. But the God in me has seen a lot, you know what I'm saying, from those that subscribe, can empathize and state they're part of the realm in which you subscribe to. You know what I'm saying? As being not good. And that's why I say you got to be careful with them alphabets, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because every alphabet ain't a good alphabet. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying to you. You know what I'm saying? If you try to get yourself right and be the fucking best you can be. But understand what you're dealing with. Truly understand it. Truly understand what you're subscribing to. So like Brother Holla said, you go to Philadelphia, understand what you're going to Philadelphia for. Don't go to Philadelphia because, you know what I'm saying, you subscribe to homosexuality. Go to Philadelphia because you know deep inside is right and you know you protect it. You know what I'm saying? Because only a fool is going to just jump out the gate and deal with situations just because they want to be a part of. And they feel that they want to, you know what I'm saying, they have comfort because of their fear. You know what I'm saying? Because fear get a motherfucker killed for real on any side of the fence.
Jump in, Van.
You can't allow fear to allow you. You can't, you know what I'm saying? You can't allow fear to allow you to join a faction or situation blind. And now where you sign up for something where it's a problem, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because the problem you think you may have now may be 10 times worse if you're not clear-minded when you deal with that.
Well, can I reiterate something? Can I please reiterate?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Because I think this.
Of course.
Yeah, I think
I'll
this point is
speak
real.
after Davion.
Holla, Davion, and then Van.
I need to reiterate something because I don't think he was really listening to me. Nobody had a problem, and no one has a problem with homosexuals. I think y'all really misunderstanding it. The thing is when you came, you went too far. I'm telling you, you went too far when you tried to change the status of what the structure of a family is. That's where y'all went too far. Y'all took y'all lifestyle and tried to change it into the equality of the natural order of the universe. Y'all can't. I'm just telling you, the townspeople ain't feeling that. That's the problem. Everything else was cool until y'all did that. When y'all did that, this is where now you're gonna get the most resistance because number one, you're trying to change.
We got to mute our phones in the back and the tablets. We're getting an echo.
Listen, you didn't get here. You didn't get here by two same-sex individuals. This is a point. There's just certain things. It's like this thing in music where they say, yo, it's just certain artists and certain songs you just don't fuck with. You don't sing that nigga shit. Leave it alone. 9 times out of 10, you're going to listen. When you came and tried to change structure of the family unit, this is where the problem came in. Everything else was cool. Y'all can have all that. Even with the issue with employment discrimination and the whole nine and the civil rights bill being thrown around, yeah, your politician and your political, but for the most part, but when you go and you change things that people can't handle that. Like that was just too much. It was too much. Y'all did too much. Now the town people was crazy. Yeah. Because now what's next is y'all are caught up in the LGBT, but you don't understand that what goes along with that. That's when I say, like I told you, like I tell my daughter, always be thorough in everything that you're doing. Know what you're getting involved in. Because now you're going to represent, or if not you, but Black men who are a part of that are now representing an organization that's now about to co-sign pedophilia. Yeah, they are going after the children. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. That is the next move, because you got to understand the culture you're dealing with. That is what they do.
Brother Holla, apologize. Let me interrupt you, but it already is the move. The next move is legalized bestiality. That's what we're moving towards now. You know what I'm saying? The pedophilia is already in the air. You know what I'm saying? Bestiality is the next thing that's going to be pushed in, and what we're coming to now.
Bestiality is already happening.
Yes, they took pedophilia out of it.
It happens, but it's not legit. It's a different.
What they are, listen, they are decriminalizing. They are fighting and they are decriminalizing pedophilia right now as we speak. They going after the children. This is their culture. This is why I say have some intellectual vigilance. Look into what you really getting involved in. It's bigger than Nino Brown. I'm telling you. They going after the kids.
Hello? Lance.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
I'm here. Who's speaking? We want to have Davion speak and then Van. But go ahead. Who's this?
My name is Dane Clark.
Okay, we got a new caller in. St. Louis. Talk to us.
My name is Dane Clark. I hear a lot of nonsense being spoken from people of the Black community about gay life. They have no idea. And pedophilia has nothing to do with a man being Black and gay. I would go into it, but I just don't feel like it. I hear so much.
Okay, this is what we'll do. I'm going to hear you out, brother. But what I'd like to do is have a show specifically on that, because this is such an awesome conversation that we have touched on so many things that I said, man, that's a good subject on its own. So let's say next weekend, on this time next week, Sunday morning, Saturday night, we'll have a similar show on that, and we'll pick up. We're going to continue on, although I'm going to wrap it down soon. But I want to continue on that because there's so much going on. We all are multifaceted, and we got to go on with surgical precision.
Because of this show being what it is, everybody is bringing this little thing down that it's about pedophilia and gay people. That's just a lie.
But it's been expressed, by some people here, but not everybody. But when we do have that show, we'll go in on that. But you can still speak on it.
Oh yeah, that's something that I hate to hear all the time. Gay people love children as children. They make sure they're okay. They're the ones that were brought up by their grandparents, and their grandmama was one who knew that they were gay and kept them off to the side and said, hey, baby, I got you. So therefore, from there, they made sure that children were okay too. It's just not the way it's being said.
Yeah, but see, look at it this way. No, I understand 100% what you're saying, and I've known many in the LGBT, or we just say gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgendered, who would never think of doing such a thing to children. But it's almost where
I wanted to be pointed out.
Right. No, definitely. But see, remember. Let me just throw this out there, right? hold on, man. We one at a time, man. I want to say something. I've been quiet enough, right? Why is it that the black man is always the face of something that, okay, we know we have gay black men, lesbians, and the whole shebang, but why is it that we are pushed as that? And I'm not saying for you who live this, and anyone like Lucky Star or Davion and everybody else who lives this, but why is the overall narrative that when it comes to us as black men from A to Z, and again, I'm going to say it again. It just appears to me that, okay, I understand when you say that the black homosexual is attacked and different things and, marginalized and everything. I get that. But also on top of that, by so-called the mainstream so-called culture, the mainstream European white culture, why is it that they seem to have a problem with strong black heterosexual maleness?
Listen,
but do you see that part though, right?
Exactly. I understand exactly where you're coming from. The thing about this, the thing is this.
Okay, St. Louis, let's let them talk. Go on, talk, man.
The thing is this, is that they don't recognize strong gay black men.
They don't either. You're right. You're right.
Gay black men who are not sissified, and there are sissy straight men who are just straight up sissies.
Right. I understand.
And effeminate, and they are not pointed out. But if you happen to be really gay, then you're pointed out. So, I mean, I like feminine black men. I like gay black men. I like all black men. But there are strong black gay men that are never recognized because black gay men always want to point out that if you gay, you're a sissy. And Davion is not a sissy. I'm not a sissy, and Lucky ain't no sissy.
Right,
you
right,
know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right.
Right.
So I would like to answer.
Brother Lance, can I return to this?
Go ahead, man. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? St. Louis, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you was really listening, but I did not hear anyone specifically state of anyone being a sissy. And as I stated, and I reiterated on multiple occasions to Brother Lucky and the other brother, none of us ever disrespected them, bro.
Listen, man, I heard what you said, and I heard what you insinuated. No, I heard what you said, and I heard what you insinuated. I listened a long time, and I heard what you said, and I heard what you insinuated. Your insinuation is saying something two different things.
Once again, you being disrespectful, I allowed you to speak respectfully.
We're going to let it roll around in the dirt a little bit.
I talk where I talk. You got me fucked up.
All right, y'all.
He's talking about me, Lion. It's me that he's talking about.
I understand that, Sammy. I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that part on you, Brother Hollow. But once again, but if we're talking about respect, right, I understand that, but I didn't hear that. But if we're talking about respect, you know what I'm saying?
I heard a lot of disrespect and a lot of condescending attitude towards gay black men. That's what I heard all night long.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, ain't nobody scared of nobody. You got this kind of fucked up.
Let me clear it up. Let me clarify.
Okay, let's bring it back down to some civility. I'll let the passion flow. I have no problem with that because we need some of that too. There's a lot of frustration in the world, so we need to vent off. But Van, you've been waiting in the wings for a long time. Davion, before we got into, off the road and whatnot, which we're still on topic. But Davion, what do you have to say about this since you are co-hosting on the show? And then we have Van come on, and then we'll get back more into the open mic.
Well, can I answer your question?
Hello?
Yeah, Davion, you responded?
Yeah, okay, so I actually haven't spoken in about 40 straight minutes.
I know.
Everybody keeps thinking that they're talking to me, but they're actually talking to Lucky. Like, Lucky is the same gender-loving male who you all are talking to. As far as I am concerned, this conversation has just bled out for me entirely.
Right.
To complete irrelevance, because it's just blatantly clear that there's just not going to be a agreement on either side. as Lucky stated, he's going to defend all of his humanity. And I can co-sign that as a gay man, as a human, as a Black man. I'm going to defend all of my humanity. And whatever spaces that can exist, you know, I'm going to rock and roll in those spaces and experience my empowerment in those spaces. And I just don't see the point anymore. Like, everything on this phone from the heterosexual perspective has been heterosexuals looking homosexuals in their face and telling them what their experience should be like, telling them what their experience is, telling them where they should fit into society. And I don't know where straight men have gotten off to dictating where any other human being belongs on this globe and how they should experience any reality in which they see fit. Just like every person on this phone is an independent thinker, is an independent free will individual, and you should be allowed the space to actualize and to be as you so desire, whether that is as a ballerina or as somebody who practicing monogamous relationships, or whether you are into polyamory and you want to date 5 and 6 bitches and niggas at one time. Whatever it is, my whole is, why is everybody so consumed with things that are really secondary? Because I feel like at the end of the day, the only thing that we really should be fighting over is the loss of life. I feel like it is easier to allow communities to be communities. If there wants to be gay communities and gay people share a space that's mutual to heterosexuals, because, you know, we all are just in America so happen. Like, you know, I don't live on one island and you don't live on one island. And I understand that when I want to see myself represented in media, when I want to see myself represented in music, I can understand that you guys feel that we are superimposing our reality upon y'all when that's not the case. All we want is representation. And at some point, there's going to have to be a compromise on you guys end. And you guys stop with this rhetoric, this spiritual rhetoric that there is something perverted or unnatural or out of line or out of order about being homosexual. Because as you're saying, I'm okay with gay people being gay if that's what they want to do. But as you say that, you're also trivializing the experience that homosexuals are having, and you're also telling them where they belong, which you don't have a right to do. So either this is going to be a space in which we all just have a right to, and everybody can just grow up and mature up and learn to deal with the fact that motherfuckers are different from them, or we can continue to shoot these rounds off, and everybody can try to prove their point when nobody proves their motherfucking point, and whoever gets to the finish line is just getting to the finish line, and whoever not is just simply not getting there. Lucky has done nothing on this phone but defend that position of humanity. Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so now, you know, there are people that represent homosexuality in sports, right? Mm-hmm. They in sports. They can't go in there and change the rules of sports. They ain't changing up the uniforms. I think the whole thing was this. I think that you kept missing. Again, I'm giving you some really key information, and I think you've taken it as if I'm throwing a dart at you, or I'm just throwing a dart at homosexuals at all. I'm telling you from the outside, looking in the situation, y'all was cool until you tried to change something that is natural, that has always been natural, that is natural, and is always going to be natural.
And what are we trying to change exactly?
Looking in. I'm finna hang up, but y'all go ahead. From the outside,
bro,
that's your problem.
Yo, but you didn't get here the way you did.
St. Louis, I'm gonna reach out to you later on today, okay?
If you care so much about procreation, if you care so much about procreation, then why do we have all these babies out here without their fathers in their lives? If you care about procreation and what's natural so much, why are there so many black babies without fathers and mothers?
Are you getting political? Are you being biased now? Being political?
No, I'm saying that's the reality. That's what you talk about procreation. Answer the question.
Are you serious?
What we're going to do, we're going to wrap this down in about 10 minutes, and we're going to continue on probably at some point tomorrow. But I do want to do a show Saturday and organize it, unlike the way I did this week, Davion, right? But I want to organize it and have it out there. We'll decide on the title. I'm going to let everybody come wind it down, because this is going to be something. We're going to hit some topics and hit some nerves and just rattle some folks and just keep going in, because these dialogues need to happen. And I understand that most here will agree that this is better than the dumbed down stuff that we're fed on social media 95% of the time. You know what I mean? That we need to really come out of our comfort zones and speak our truth and make it a great listening experience, not for ratings, not for hits. And I just will say this, that a lot of my videos have been blocked, right? They just straight up block it, right? And I'm going to have to re-upload and take certain parts out and different things. They've been coming after me hard within the last few days. So there's certain things that I can see that when you click on it, you won't be able to see. Hopefully this won't be one of them. But we're going to go in hard on some topics, and I want everybody to speak their truth. And whether it's this topic or something else, my number, 407-590-0755. Text me. It always gets through. Call me. You can call. Whatever you want to talk about. But this dumbed down foolishness, no. But things that we need to speak on that pretty much take us out of our comfort zone and make us think. And I will allow everybody to speak. But continue on, y'all. We're going to wrap it down in 10 minutes.
So I want to take a moment to, let me finish my point. I want to take a moment. I think I need you to really understand this. Sir,
I haven't got a chance to speak for like the last 30 minutes, dude.
Yeah, let Brandon speak, because he's been holding out for the whole entire conversation. So, Brandon, go ahead and speak your piece.
No, I'm Jack. I'm
Brandon, go ahead and speak your piece.
I'm Jack. My name's Jack. So, this is Jack speaking. I would like to take a moment to answer Lance's questions about why Black people become the face of every movement. And Black people become the face of every movement because we are the most influential people on the planet. Everybody wants what we have, but they hate us. Okay? Every culture gets their culture from us because we're the parents of all human civilization. And so if you hand Black people a malicious or malevolent message, or you portray them as evil, thugs, criminals, robbers, things like that, they're hoping that the general population will latch on to those images and emulate that. So the reason Black people become the face of the movement is because to popularize it, to normalize it, and to basically embed it in every culture on the planet. That's why Black people become the face of everything. That's all I wanted to answer for you, Lance.
Okay, that's excellent, man. I appreciate that. This is so much of
And Lance, just my final comment, Lance. This is Dave, and this topic tonight really shows the division that we have amongst us, and it's clear that that whole agenda is working, because first and foremost, when you look in the mirror, you have to see yourself for what you are and what you were born as, and that is a Black man. That's the first and foremost. Then the war comes, like the believer in Black Line was saying. Then the war comes.
We got to have somebody mute their background. We got an echo going on. But go ahead, Dave.
When the war comes, and it comes to your front door, you will not be seen as gay. You will not be seen as heterosexual. You will not be seen as anything other than the color of your skin. And foremost. So when Black Lion was saying you have to identify with one or the other, I can co-sign that, because it is a fact. We are being divided. We have been divided, and we continue to be divided because of these, labels. First and foremost, nobody hates you. Nobody hates you at all. Not on here anyway, because this Lance can verify this platform is about love. And
yes.
The extension of love and the extension of help. This is what we do. This is what happens here. So we may not agree with your lifestyle, but it's not that we hate you or we want to see you perish. We are just letting you know that we don't agree with your lifestyle. And the fact that we don't agree with it is because, one, for me anyway, it's not natural. Okay? I am 50 years old. When I was younger, there were gays in the neighborhood, in the islands. There were people that were gay. And there was nothing different about them. We all, commingled, we played, we did everything. But as one of the gentlemen said, it's when they started to cross that boundary and start to try to change everything that we know and hold sacred, in the schools, in the churches, everything. And then there's a threshold that's crossed, and people start to get personal because you're bringing it into their homes, where that is sacred in itself. When you start bringing things into people's homes, you start violating, the trust that they have in the system and in the people. And, nobody hates you, man. Nobody hates you. You're loved. And if any of us seen you in the situation, brother, me, myself, I'll be the first to come and give you a hand.
Yes, indeed.
I've been a paramedic for over 50 years, and I have done this day in and day out. I didn't discriminate whether it was gay or whatever. The person needed help, I helped them. That's what I did. This is what I do. You see? But it doesn't mean that I have to agree with what you do as your lifestyle. And that's all I'm saying. I love you, bro, but I just don't agree with, the lifestyle. And I'll still help you, regardless.
Here's the thing, though. I never got on this line and said that I want anyone to agree with my own personal decision in my own personal life. All I'm saying is see my life as I've experienced. If I'm sitting here, we're having a dialogue, and I'm telling you what my life as an individual has been like before I realized I was black, gay, or whatever label you want to put on me, then hear me out and listen to what I have to say. I don't feel like I've received love from the black community, from the gay community, or the black gay community. I said that 3 times in this conversation. I don't feel love from either side of the spectrum. And even in this conversation, there's so much divisive. There's one side and there's the other side. We both want to be white so bad that we won't hear each other out. So at the end of the day, until we both can come and listen and understand each other's walk of life, then we can understand. And if we are ignorant in information, then come with us with love and educate us. You can't tell me what my life is like as a black gay man. You cannot sit there and tell me who I should be.
Can I say one thing? Just one quick thing. This is Pirate. Hey,
Pirate.
I put this up inside I put this up in the chat, and I have to say this, and I know you're going to think it's off topic, but it's not. Everyone should go rent or look up that movie, Battle for Algiers. If you see this movie and see what they did to kick out the French out of Algiers in the 60s, you will see what we have to do in this battle that we have inside the country. Until we can get together on the level that they did, we will never win. And it will solve the problem with gay people, the problem with drugs, and everything. We have to do this. And I keep putting it up there, and I don't know if anybody's watching this movie, but please go watch it.
Yeah, brother, I appreciate you throwing that out there.
We got an echo. We got to mute our phones and cut our tablets down. Van, you've been waiting. Come on in.
It's Van. I have a couple of things I wanted to say. First off, I really appreciate the exchange. It's not often that we get to talk about these things in depth. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay. So, I have a couple of questions for Davion. Not so much Lucky, because I think it was Lucky who was speaking in a way that, I would agree with, which is Black first. So I had a couple of questions for Davion, just so I could clear these things up. First off, you said, gays are, like, gay people, they're picked on. from at home and then into the schoolyard. So that's why, you know, a lot of, I guess, gay people would align themselves with LGBTQ. But I could say the same thing for me. When I was younger, I was picked on by my peers, by black boys, but I didn't grow up saying I'm going to become a feminist because I hate black men. I feel like that's really important. The things that we go through when we're younger, they definitely do shape us. But when you get older, you're also, I guess, you're more aware of what the things that are actually going on behind the scenes and why things would occur at the end of the day. So when I was being bullied, it's like, when I was younger, it's like, oh man, this is the worst. But now being older, I understand why that occurred. So like, that's why I'm just like kind of confused. Like, I don't believe that being picked on is a reason to align yourself with a group that you already said yourself do not care about you. We already know like this whole gay movement, gay, lesbian, whatever movement, another enforcement arm of white degeneracy. All from what I take from this movement, lesbian, gay, transgendered, queer, white people just want to be able to be seen the same as white males under the system of white degeneracy. So where does that leave you as a black man? You say, you know, oh yeah, I'm just fighting for my humanity and my rights, but I don't see how you could fight for that under the LGBTQ banner. It's not gonna happen. White feminists threw away the black woman after their agenda was done. Is the same thing that's gonna happen to black people who identify as LGBTQ. Now, yes, I understand, like, yeah. Huh?
Ouch.
How?
You said a mouth. Yeah, you said a mouthful. Thank you. I'm so glad you said that, but carry on.
But I'm not done yet. I thought you had, like, a question, like you were saying how. Oh, okay. So, where was I? Let's see. Yeah, like they don't care. Robin?
No, I was about to get you back on track, what you said, but go ahead.
Yeah, they don't care. The same way that they threw away the black woman, white feminists threw away black women, is the same thing that's gonna happen to black people who identify under this banner, because white people, their birth rate is dwindling. Like, they're having a negative birth rate right now. And now the system, like, remember, I said it here, what's going to happen is that the system, we're going to put that in quotes, whatever you want to identify the system is going to turn on white gay males, because they're going to realize, white gay males, they're not adding to our already dwindling birth rate. White people cannot give birth to themselves. They're dying faster than they could reproduce. So I don't know. I mean, like, I just feel like you say, like, black people, they're we're just tolerating you, but like I was trying to say the last time I spoke, I'm 26. So like, I remember in the 90s, yeah, there was a lot of, like, you know, anti-gay rhetoric, and like, even when we were kids on the schoolyard, like, oh yeah, that's gay, not even really understanding what gay meant. I mean, at least I didn't know. I just knew that gay was, I guess, the best description of gay I could give you in elementary school was Jerry Springer, whatever was on Jerry Springer when I would sneak and watch it on those half days or whatever when we were out of school. But white people, we already know the white LGBTQ don't care about you at all. They're tolerating you. I'm saying. So why is it that, like, he's saying, oh, well, why would we join black people who are just tolerating us? And it's just like, it's not true. Like, I feel like gay, like, I don't want to say I feel, but like, from what I know, I feel, I'm going to say I feel that gay people have, like, they could go anywhere in a sense. I don't I don't see it the way that you're seeing that, oh yeah, you're not being heard and stuff, because you're always being heard. I mean, I'm willing to listen, and I feel like, no, don't say I haven't listened, because like you said before, you don't know me outside of this. You only know me from this phone conversation.
I'm actually not saying. Hold on. I just want to make it clear. Whoever you think you are actually addressing, I'm actually not saying anything. So whoever else is in the background is talking.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just talking in general, but like, you know, I do want you, Davion, to answer this, because you know, I want to know, like.
And what's your question again?
Basically, what I'm trying to say is, you're saying that Black people, there's a difference between love, tolerate, and love, and all of that. But the people on the white side, the LGBTQ, they don't care about you. And then you're saying that Black people don't care about you either. But it's just like, yo, like, what? Basically, how, like, you want to fight, I guess, for your humanity, but how can you do that under, exactly, you want to fight for your humanity and your rights, but how can you do that under an LGBTQ banner with people who don't care about you? They're allowing you, they're tolerating you, not even allowing, they're tolerating you in their space until you're no longer needed.
Okay.
So how are you fighting?
So,
like, what rights can you really garner under white supremacy?
I'm gonna let you know.
Under white degeneracy,
I'm gonna let you know,
Black
sister.
Gay male, under LGBTQ. Yes.
I get your question. I get your question, but one of the reasons why I'm married and I can be married to my husband, and I am married to my husband, and we can share a home together, is because of what my movement has been able to do for this aspect of my life. So when I speak about standing up for my humanity, that's what I mean. And that means that I'm going to cover all of my ground in terms of everything that's relevant to my particular life. Now, you are a heterosexual woman, so I can understand that homosexuality is not a relevant issue to you. You are concerned with exclusively your womanhood and your Blackness. Rightfully so.
That's not true.
Okay. I'm just saying for the sake of. I'm just saying for the sake of argument.
Let me just say one more. Let me just say one sentence. I'm concerned about Black first. I'm concerned about our rights as Black people. Me as a woman, listen, me as a woman, I'm not going to go outside and fight for equal female rights when I know that as a Black woman, I'm at the bottom of the totem pole. So these rules, I'm not even rules, these trinkets that I would get, not only trinkets, but like I won't benefit the same way from these rights that these white women are getting, the same from what I need as a Black female. They even said, like, even feminism says it themselves. Female, you know what? I'm just getting all jumbled up because it's just like, yo, like, basically I'm Black first.
I get what you're saying. No,
as a female, yeah.
Hold on, okay. I get what you're saying.
I got you, Davey.
I get what you're saying.
Can I ask you a question?
I would like to respond to everything that she just said first.
Yeah, let me talk
about your question. So,
oh, you said you could get married, right?
Jesus, I am married.
Yeah, yes, one at a time. We're going to wrap it down, so we'll let Davion talk.
Yes, I am married. I can't get married. I am married. Now, in regards to
you do know why, right? You do know why, right?
Yeah, hold on, Howard. Let him finish what he's saying, and then you come on in.
To be honest, I don't care why. I mean, to really be honest, like,
you shouldn't cry about why Black people mad.
No, hold on, wait. I'm not crying because
you're mad at the wrong people. You mad at the white folks.
Nobody is mad at anything because I'm living all that I want to live. So personally, I don't have a motherfucking thing to be mad at. So let's get that straight. I don't ache for nothing. I don't need for nothing. I got love in my life. I got God in my life. I got wealth in my life. I got money in my life. I get to wake up every day and do what I love to do. I am blessed. So I personally don't have anything to be mad about.
Why do everybody keep on acting like the LGBT community is about a white community and it's not about a Black and white community?
gay black people and gay white people.
I'm not trying to educate you in the LGBT community. I'm trying to educate you on
no. You all keep on trying to say like something like if you're following these letters, you're with the LGBT community. That you're with the white.
And this is who is mad, Lucky. It's heterosexual men. It's heterosexual men who are mad. You guys are the ones who are so upset. Acknowledge and admit that. You guys are the ones so disturbed and so full of yourselves and don't have any sense of critical thinking. If anybody's mad, it's you guys who are upset.
Hey, did you create that acronym? Did you create that acronym as a black man? Or
LGBT? You mean the LGBT community?
Did you create?
Wait a minute. Let's be specific. What did you say? Did we create the word?
Yes or no?
I can't even hear who's talking because
it's diminishing down into screaming now. So let's go one at a time for the time that we have.
I want to scream, but the black people and white people created the lesbian, gay, and transgender community. Black and white community created that.
I'm sure that you guys would be happy to hear this.
Okay, come on now. Okay, I'm gonna start moderating for real. One at a time, y'all. No need to scream. Say what now?
I'm with Black Lives Matter. I'm all about Black Lives Matter. I'm with Black Lives Matter. I'm all about Black Lives Matter.
Okay, I was
the black community.
I don't understand how you all cannot be with.
Okay, I would still like to respond to what the female asked me because I haven't even finished my response to her. I would love to like.
We're gonna cut it in 5 minutes. I said that like 30 minutes ago, right? We're gonna cut. So let's just go down the list and do our thing.
So there continues to be a conversation about why are we standing beside the LGBT movement, because we all can acknowledge that there isn't a lot of intersectionality within the LGBT community. Just like there isn't a lot of intersectionality within the feminist movement, because they disregard a lot of issues that are relevant to Black women's issues. So we can all agree to that. So, but let me just say this. No gay person in this world reports to the LGBT headquarters. There is no such thing. There is no headquarters. We don't report to a club. So when you hear people, gay LGBT people, proclaiming, hey, I'm gay, what they're simply saying is that I am subscribed to being proud of being who I am. And you no longer have power over me to make me feel anything less than that. So let's not look at the LGBT thing as like there's some capital headquarters in which gives a blueprint and gives this instruction and that we can all write some fan mail into. That doesn't exist. When you hear LGBT people saying, hey, I am a proud LGBT person, that's all that they're making a proclamation of, is that I am simply proud to be fucking gay or trans or queer or bi or lesbian or whatever that is.
I got a question, sir.
Oh,
is there not? Let me finish. Can I ask a question? Is there not? Okay, organizations and communities that have come under the umbrella of the acronym LGBTQ.
Of course,
okay,
yes.
XYZ,
Yes.
I know
Absolutely.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which benefit, okay, which also get tax deductions, just like your churches, just like nonprofit agencies. So don't tell me people are not benefiting, because people are benefiting. But what I will say to you is,
I'm the one who said we are benefiting.
I don't have a problem. Let me finish. I don't have a problem with you subscribing to who you are. But as a Black male, okay, that subscribes to that faction, why not create your own fucking shit to where you can get Black people, of Black men and females of your same gender equality, and be under that equality and subscribe to your own shit to where there is no question of who you belong to, instead of running under, okay, someone else's fucking nice notion, okay, someone else's nation,
before you do.
They're benefiting from,
too.
Okay,
because you straight people don't pay attention. That does exist.
Y'all don't pay attention. This whole conversation is clear that you don't pay any bit of attention. That much has been proven on this whole conversation, that you don't pay any attention. You guys, I mean, if I wasn't,
why in the conversation, if it does exist, why are you using that acronym then?
If I wasn't mistaken,
that describe the organization.
What do you think SGL stands for? What do you think SGL stands for? Same gender loving people, which was started by a Black man. Same gender that you want to acronym.
Okay, that same gender, okay,
or gender non-conforming.
That means that anybody can subscribe to an umbrella, brother.
But why are we talking about subscriptions, though? None of these
now.
But sir,
Like
so Lance,
yes.
So Lance,
I'm not talking about no.
so Lance.
Go ahead, Devan.
Lance.
Listen, like I said earlier, and anything that you do, be the best at it. Subscribe for the highest degree.
Awesome.
Of it. You know what I'm
Appreciate
saying?
it.
Don't fall short. Don't fall in love with a brother. That's what I said to you earlier. Okay.
If I'm black, gay, or
That's
whoever
what I said,
I'm gonna be
that's what I said earlier.
And as long as God loves me and my daddy loves me, that's all I need in this world. I don't subscribe to nothing or nobody. Whether you want to call it the black community, the LGBT community, the LS, whatever. At the end of the day, I don't go where I'm tolerated. I go where I'm celebrated.
Hey, that's the deal.
Now take that how you want to take it.
If they don't get it, fuck them.
No, you don't get it. You so busy.
No, I get it. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. You go where you celebrate it. No, you go where you celebrate it.
Your anger is not even towards us. Your anger is towards something deeper than this.
No, well, my anger is a little different.
It's real deeper. It's real deeper. It's so deep. This is so deep, baby.
But I might not even be mad.
Your anger is not toward us, so that's why I'm not taking it.
No, it's not toward y'all, but it's definitely toward black straight men who don't, black men who don't understand shit. I'm saying it just like that. They're gonna have to block me from everything. That's why I didn't get ready to come. I'm real. I ain't playing with nothing. I'm serious about this. I've been serious about this since I was 62 years old. From the dude talking about he's 50. I'm older than all of them. I know what's up. I've been through this shit. I'm so tired.
Please tell them that we have been around just as long as y'all have been around. The only reason why you see more of us coming out is because you're not killing us and beating our asses as much. There's laws protecting.
Yeah, it's only because the laws that y'all act right. If it wasn't for the laws that made y'all act right, y'all would be the ignorant, barbaric heterosexuals that y'all have been since homosexuals have been on American soil.
I went through years, and I'm 3 times older than them and all of y'all. And I know it's been going on. Yeah, I should be pissed off. And I'm black too. And I'm still standing.
But be pissed off at the system, and don't be pissed off at the individuals who are just trying to live their life and just trying to be the best that they can be.
I'm not mad at the people. That's just me. That's how I talk. And they get to talking tough. I'm real tough or whatever. I guess
because if I didn't know no better, I would think that
St. Louis.
If I didn't know no better, I would think that a lot of the men on this phone actually were gay because they're telling me more so what it means to be gay than I'm able to even speak for myself about what my experience is. Every other heterosexual is on this phone is telling me what should dictate my reality. I find that very fascinating.
I wonder about it. Kind of strange.
St. Louis. Let me ask you something.
St. Louis right here.
Yeah. You say you're 62 years old.
I'm 62. You can see my Facebook page. I look just like that because I ain't no.
Oh, okay. No. I feel you on that. I'm 54. I'm a couple years behind you. Little less than a decade. So you have a very unique perspective coming down the timeline. Different perspective and a unique perspective in our conversation, but because of our experiences, so back. I mean, you go way back, and it had to be different for you because you are a gay male, black male, right?
Yes, I was gay from the beginning. I stood out.
Tell us about the changes. Yeah, okay. Tell us about the changes from way back that you had to endure that many of the younger brothers here didn't have to endure. And you're not in disagreement with them, but tell us what that was like.
Look, if you came out talking about you was gay, my father was a gangster, a real gangster in St. Louis, named Booker Clark. You can look it up and find out. My family's still here. I'm not a joke.
And we're going to talk to you on a different show too, brother, because you're bringing some unique perspectives here.
I said that for a reason.
Yeah.
I said that because, of course, my father did not want me to be gay. Okay? And I came out gay, but I was just too much like him in the aspect that I didn't give a fuck. I'm going to beat me, right? So Booker had a problem with his son, and his son had a problem with his dad. And my daddy loved me anyway, in the end. He was smart and intelligent, too, because he couldn't have been a black gangster in St. Louis if he was.
Right.
The thing about this was it back then, even with my father being who he was, I was everywhere, and I fell in love with guys and everything. And I'm going around trying to be me, and I had to fight every inch of the way. They tried to jump on my friends, my lovers. It was always fighting and trying to love someone and fighting always. In them days, you were just a sissy. You were just a fag. You were nothing else.
Right.
You were not gay. You were not a lesbian, gay, gender person, change, all that crap. You didn't have none of that. You didn't have that perspective to even think about or look at. Being a punk.
Yeah, but you know what? Your energy is telling me. I mean, I haven't seen you. I'm just talking to you tonight for the first time. But you really sound like you can kick somebody's ass too. Like you just so used to fighting that. Oh,
yeah, I did kick motherfuckers. I kicked a whole bunch of people in their ass.
So did you tell a lot of these guys like, okay, you calling me a faggot? You just got your butt kicked by one.
I'm a peaceful dude. All you will hear about me talking about love and peace, even on my page, because I understand that we in the Black community and the gay community, all of us, we need love and peace. But you got to come hard on this nonsense. You can't come up here with all this. You don't have to discuss whether or not you're born gay, not born gay. We know what's going on. You need to listen to us. You need to listen to us. If you want to understand us, you need to listen to our Black gay community, our Black church.
Okay, let me interrupt you. We got somebody, I think they're urinating or something. Mute your phone because I can't locate you. We got some background noise going on. Mute your phone if you're not talking. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you know, we had nothing. And in St. Louis, if you know anything about this city, you really ain't got nothing. Messing around up in here. I'm trying to stop cussing. But
it's okay.
And I'm not really like this all the time, but I mean the program really hit some nerves with me. But
is that Dane Clark?
This is Dane Clark.
Hey, Dane Clark.
Oh, you'll know each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's my Facebook friend.
Okay.
The thing is this. These people in St. Louis didn't give you a break. And really, I had to fight every.
Okay, something happened here. He who became disconnected. And that's terrible because when I'm disconnected, the whole show, okay. Turn the call screen. Okay, let's see what's happening here. Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight. We're going to add this back in because we got some good conversations. I don't know. Every time it starts to get good. Here we go. All right, here we go. Merge it back in.
Recorded by the organizer.
Through the church, because they told me you lying. Okay. So I went and listened to them, but tried my best to believe and went to the altar, cried, holding this church of God in Christ, what you call the other churches, every last one of them, Holy Church of God in Christ, and the what you call them people? They say the apostolic and the Word Church. Every last one. I wasted a lot of my life crying at an altar to Jesus. You hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can agree with that.
At an altar to Jesus. And I'm a very intelligent man until I start paying attention to my own mind and to the God that was within me, that I liberate myself and understand. So, I sound really angry, and I sound really, and the way I talk to some of these people that were talking, because I can't stand nonsense. And I was standing as long as I could. And Davion was holding down, but at the same time, and Lucky was trying to condescend and come in and make it correct.
Right.
But these people don't have no idea what it takes to be a gay man. And a gay Black man are stronger than every last one of you. I'm gonna tell you that because you have no idea.
That's one perspective.
You want to pretend like you don't need us for your struggle? Oh, you need us.
Perhaps.
You need us. And I just don't understand how black people are so ignorant to disassociate themselves. The only people who have the wisdom to associate us with the community are grandmothers. Huh? You understand me? Your grandmama always gonna be like, that boy right there, he got something. But he always be gay, don't he? Okay, you know what? I'm a little bit too excited. But I'll do it. I'll talk to you another time.
Back on Devion.
But did I give you something?
They said the grandmothers, the mothers in the church, they said y'all was different. That's all. That's what they said.
And they was always on our side. The church mothers and the grandmothers understood, and those were the wisest people in the church.
Oh, come on. This is getting crazy. Okay, hold tight, y'all. I don't know what is going on here. This conversation is getting so good. Here we go. I'm going to join it back in. It just got disconnected 2 different ways. So it always happens around the 4-hour mark. Anyway. Okay, there it is. There it is. Merge.
But you all say that is natural to you, because I can't talk about nobody's life. I'm just saying what is considered to be normal to you was not normal to everyone in the black community. This is just a fact. And even though it is now out in the open more and it's not what was once taboo, it's still uncomfortable for a lot of people. And then certain events have taken place that have made the black community even more uncomfortable. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I'm saying something else. I agree with you on. I agree with you on the fact that they try to effeminize every black man on TV. He got to be kind of feminine. See, because all gay black men are not feminine. I love femininity in black men, and whether they straight or gay, I just love that thing because I'm an artist, and I love that art. But all black men who are gay are not feminine, and they are absolutely out there being. That's a concept you have to take in, and then when they're not feminine, they also are not hiding. They are not down low. There's some straight up dudes out here like me who are straight up gay and tell you they're gay in your face, and you say, "Are you lying?" But I'm not lying. There's a lot of dudes ain't scared of nothing. I ain't got no fear. Period. If anybody come on here talking about, be careful what you say. Oh, come on.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just bugging.
I like to hear that, but if you bring that little bullshit up, that's what made me call in.
Right.
Because, I mean, you don't know what you're talking about. You're talking to somebody who ain't never been scared to die. And if I ain't scared to die, you need to shut the fuck up. Anyway.
I never met nobody like you, Dane.
and you know what? God made one model. Davion is close. I love my dude.
But we're gonna talk on a separate show too, man. I want to give you a little interview, man. I want to really.
I would love to talk on the show.
Yes.
And talk to y'all or something, but I wasn't going to say anything.
I understand.
I wanted to hear how the thing went, but it got under my roots. And I would stand for this. I would die for this. And anybody want to talk to me, they won't die for what the fuck they talking about, need to shut the fuck up. I'm serious about that. Because the people are talking about how alive and how we feel. How I had to live 62 years and I still look good. It ain't about we don't want no motherfucking children. I like love young gay men. I like the way they love. Shit, do you like old ass women on your? Do you go looking for old women to look at on your page? Do you do that? See,
there's a couple guys out here like granny porn, but
Nobody want no children. We don't want children.
Right.
Damn, that just pisses you off. Don't nobody want no children. It's just, and they always go back to that. Oh, if you mess with a child, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. Ain't nobody mess with no children.
Well, first of all, man, it sounds like you're directing it to me, and I'm the Black Lion, and I've been dead, and I've re-risen, and I said, no, man,
let's go back to that. I think I am directing that to you. You know what?
Let me finish.
Why do you think that all gay people want children? Why do you think there's a pedophilia?
See, You're in
You know
your
what?
feelings because I never
What you
said
did
that.
do,
I
you
never said that.
insinuated.
Let me finish.
And you also
Let me finish.
insinuated
Let me finish.
that you were trying to kill a
Let me
motherfucker who's
finish.
gay.
See, you're
I
not
heard
letting me
exactly what the
finish.
fuck you said.
You're not. See, you're not letting me finish. Okay, I let you speak. Let me speak. I also stated that my view was gentlemen need to pick a side. That's what I stated. I never said I didn't need or my people did not need you. I said we need to know if you're riding with the LGBTQ XYZ or you're riding with the melanated nation at the end of the day.
Okay.
That's one correction. That's one correction. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. All right? That's one correction. Number two.
We riding with the melanated nation. I want to put that point too.
Let me finish. I also stated that, you know what I'm saying, I never said that all gays, okay, subscribe to pedophilia. What I said was there are people that subscribe to the gay community that use that for a reason to involve themselves with pedophilia. That's what I said. That's correction number two, okay? And number three, I do have facts for what I speak. I do have analytics for what I speak because I deal with it every day. No, I cannot agree or understand truly what you speak, but also I stated in my voice, okay, of the vicarious traumas from the teenagers, from the age of 8 to the age of 18, to the adults that I worked with for the past 15 years. And I'm 41 years old. I'll be 42 my senior this year. Okay, so I'm not just speaking from that. You know what I'm saying? On my perspective, I'm speaking from what I've seen. I'm speaking for the vicarious. I also stated I do have my son, okay, my heir who was molested. I did say that. That's what I stated, okay? I don't deal with that prey on children because you know what? There's a lot of people preying on children in this nation and other nations in our community. And I also stated if I see that, okay, if I see that going on, not specifically stating you, if I see that going on, okay, I will act upon accordingly. And yes, I will take a life and I will give my life. And it's the black line.
Okay, now hold up. Can I say something now for a second?
Let me finish.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You got more to say?
Let me finish. I never interrupted you. Let me finish. Give me the same respect that I've given you with your conversation.
I ain't gonna forget what nothing you say.
Give me the same respect that I give you with your conversation, whether you listen with open ear or not. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm going to say it again.
I'll listen with an open ear.
I never attempted or offended anyone here. I've always called everyone my brother, just like I called you my brother. Whether I agree to disagree with you, that is your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? No, I do not understand it. But like I said, I've never came at you in a disrespect manner, nor did anyone on this panel. And we made that clear earlier. So if anyone felt that way and they spoke their piece for us to understand, okay, it should have been done. So don't come and say people are saying this and that because that's not fact. You know what I'm saying? That's not fact at all because no one stated that.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can, sir.
All right, look, let me tell you something. Well, I'll say it like this. I feel like you, in fact, the conversation was about gay people and black people, right? And the gay black people and the gay community.
Pro-black, yeah.
How did you even bring that up? When we were talking about
he's talking about me. Somebody else did.
He talking about me.
He's talking about me.
Somebody else about me. Let me clean it up.
I didn't bring up pedophilia. Somebody else brought up pedophilia, and I said to you, this is lucky.
This is
me who said it. I'm the one who said it. Let me clear it up. I've been trying to clear it up. Nobody listening. Let me tell you exactly what I was saying and what I said.
And it's good it's getting cleared up because this is going over and everybody need to hear this so it can be clear.
Right.
I got the wrong idea. 1,000 more people got the wrong idea listening to this.
This is what I'm saying. The powers that be that allows, and I'm talking about, when I was talking about LGBT, I was also talking about European culture, where homosexuality came from, and perspective from the differences between African people and European people. And I said, at this point, because the agenda has been pushed, the very next thing that they are working on right now is to change and decriminalize pederasty.
I wasn't saying
bro,
that.
Bro, let me stop you right there.
No, this is the fact, and I'm not arguing with you.
I'm sorry. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying you said something that's totally incorrect. Homosexuality comes in all cultures, African, Black, Indian, every culture. It comes from every culture, even every animal. If you studied that and knew it,
absolutely
let's stop
not,
when we get to system, we know what we're talking about.
That is ludicrous.
I mean, it's not no movie.
Sir.
No, it's not a movie. What you say, what?
That is ludicrous. That is ludicrous.
What do you say the heterosexual men and women they are abusing?
No, the homosexuality is in every animal species along. Let me tell you something.
Absolutely not, sir.
You know, okay. So we agree to disagree on that, right?
No, but we're definitely going to continue this next weekend.
On respectfulness, all this respect.
I'm saying
one thing. Keep researching until you find out that what I said was true.
So what I'm telling you is that's what you believe, but I can prove otherwise.
No, it's not what I believe. It's what I know is true.
Everything is homosexual. Animals are too. Huh?
No, animals have homosexuality from pigeons to everything. You see what I'm saying?
Not, sir. Absolutely not.
I
would like you to get
that. But what you need to do,
I would like you to get another drunk person to collaborate.
What you need to do is research. I mean,
I am a researcher.
I'm not going to go there. But you need to research.
I am a researcher, sir. That's what I do. And I know for a fact.
All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Listen, y'all, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna wrap this up, y'all. All right. Listen, y'all. I got the buttons in my hand, y'all. Hold on. We're gonna y'all know I'm not a bully. I gotta get up kind of early and finish up this project in the backyard that I'm doing. And everybody brought up some great points. We're all passionate. There are things I agree with. There's things that I kind of want to research more. Notice I didn't say disagree. But we're going to continue this particular topic. It's not going to be the same title. We're going to morph it into the whole pedophile thing. I'm going to make a title that's very controversial. Just know that that's my style. Check that out.
I want what Dane is drinking.
I knew I was going to say something. No, but listen, for real though. And also, Dane, I sent you a friend request. I want to interview you. I want to interview several other people who've called in. Davion, definitely we're going to do some more stuff. And I do want to interview you and have you free flow on your viewpoint, as well as other people who watch this show and have comments. You can reach out to me. 407-590-0755. The bottom line is that with I don't know, we got some static in the background. We got to start muting some of these lines. All right, because we're gonna wrap this up right now. I sat quiet for a couple hours, and like I said, I've been working from early this morning in the sun, doing some stuff back and forth, Home Depot, Lowe's here and there, and I'm good though. But I really want to continue this conversation as it morphs in to the other. So it won't just be this one topic. We'll start out where we left off. Who listen to the show and who are here right now can kind of gather themselves and come with it. You know, one of the things that I'm hearing, especially when Dane was speaking, he was saying he rolls with the melanated, community. And it's not us who are pedophiles. And there's another point that was brought up, that the pedophile thing is pushed with the whole European thing. And we know we have black pedophiles that are straight too. I understand that. So I want to differentiate. I want to break it down. And so we might have it earlier than Saturday, but I want to make it Saturday since we're all here, so the schedules will remain intact. And it'll be something that we do maybe tomorrow or later on today, depending if I get my work done to get some sleep. And during the week, maybe we have some shorter shows, whatever have you, but I'm open. But definitely next Saturday for those who are catching this on the replay. It's a never-ending conversation. It's something that's going to continue on because we all have experiences and we know our experiences to be our truth. So that being said, everybody respected everybody. We rolled around in the dirt a little bit. And like I said, we're going to continue this because this is not a conversation tonight, I'm saying, that is going to all of a sudden have us all walking in the kumbaya moment. In actuality, we stirred it up. And so right now we're very passionate. And like I said, hopefully if we can continue the dialogue on the intellectual level, respectfully so as we've done, we'll come to some type of conclusions. But what I wanted to say is that for the Black community, I wanted more unity with everybody. That was the goal of this conversation. And if we had to roll around in the dirt or get a little louder, no problem. Because at the end of the day, you know, when we're targeted, it's folks don't know. You know, many folks don't know when that trigger's being pulled or that water is being poisoned or we're marginalized in certain ways. It's not because of our differences. But I do hope, you know, I heard some things said tonight that gave me hope. And I saw certain mentalities that said, oh, man, this is going to be a long one over the next few years. If the government, if these organizations on both sides are about love and unity, well, let's see it acted out through their example, and let's see if they have a problem with us if we move toward unity. But we're going to figure out what it is. We're going to go through and figure out every lead, go in every rat hole, every mouse hole, and we're going to keep going because these are the conversations that the world needs to hear. It's not about me. My name is on the platform, but you all tonight made this show very, very brilliant. And I want to thank you all. I'm going to end it now. If everybody here wants to say something for 20 seconds, and I'll let Davion wrap it up since he is the co-host and we met each other and connected to make this show happen. But everybody else, we got Jack, we got Van, we have Holla, Black Lion, we have Dave, we have Dane, Lucky Star, and a few other people here. Give me 15 seconds. Jack, talk to me for 15 seconds. Wrap it up.
I just want to say, hey, why can't we all just get along?
All right, man. Van Sanity, come on in with your 15 seconds. You're talking about get a Eddie Long? But anyway, go ahead, Van Sanity.
Yeah.
15 seconds.
Hello?
Yeah.
All right. Basically, I will just say what I was saying in the chat. At the end of the day, under this system of white degeneracy, we're Black first. Gay, our sexual orientation may come second, close second, or, you know, if your sex, or no, your gender may come a close second, but at the end of the day, we're Black first. If we get shot in the street, they're not going to ask you, did you like it in your vagina or your asshole? They're going to say he's Black and man, or he's Black and a woman. So I just feel like that's something we all need to be mindful of. And when we say Black first, we're not asking you to choose. We're asking you to, no matter where you go, it'll be the color of your skin that marks you for the rest of the world to see and to judge you. And then everything else comes after.
All right. Brother Hollow, give us the 15 seconds. Van, you got like a minute and 15 seconds, but, you know, go ahead, Hollow.
Yeah, Shane Cofer, man. You know what it is. Now conduct ourselves accordingly, man. Like, I mean, we can do this forever. Shane Cofer, I'm out.
All right, Black Lion. Oh, Black Lion. Give us 15 seconds, man, on the wrap up.
Black Lion, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, love is love. So all the sisters, salute to all my true soldiers out there. What I will say is I didn't get a chance to address the conversation with the brother earlier about, you know, what was the agenda towards the homes of our community. But I will say to this, look up the Constitution and decree of any state you're in. The state of Connecticut's creed says parents patre, which in Latin means the state is the father, and every state says that. That is why, and part of the reason why the family's being broken, because the states are taking the children. It's a financial gain. It's a pederast game. You know what I'm saying? And people need to look into that. So if you don't believe me, start off with Connecticut, like I said. Parents patre, look it up Latin, and go to your state, look up your state's decree, and look what it states as far as dealing with the children and the state being the parent to that children and the guardian. You know what I'm saying? Black Lion, peace to all.
Yes, yes. Brother Dave, give us 15 seconds, man.
Indeed, indeed.
Dane? Me?
Oh, no, Dave. We coming to you, Dane. We coming to you, brother.
Lance,
yes.
Lance, I just want to say, man, thank you to allow us as a people to address the issues that are facing our community on a daily basis.
Thank you.
I thank you, and I thank your wife for keeping you in the position where you are.
Yes.
To allow this to happen.
Yes, thank you.
Without this platform, it will not be what it's supposed to be. And I mentioned your wife for a reason.
Yes.
We are being distracted from the focus, which is our Black women. Our Black women hold all the genes necessary to procreate and create life as it is. Our Black women are God. They are the gods. So all these distractions that we are having us focus within ourselves and within our sexuality is just more division to keep us away from the true vision of where we're supposed to be. That is to love our Black women who create our children, which is our future. That is our vision. And once we allow people to divide us, then we will be conquered. A house divided can never stand. Thank you. I thank all the people that was in the chat room tonight.
Yes.
And I look forward for another wonderful exchange of.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Dave. Now we're coming to Brother Dane. We went from the V, now we're going to the N. Dane, and I sent you a friend request. Bring it to us, Brother Dane.
Okay.
I'll give you more than 15 seconds. I want to hear this.
Well, perspective do a lot of things, and in the way I think, from what I heard the brother just say, I hope that a lot of Black people who are white, a lot of white people and a lot of Black people marry each other and have Black children that are gay. Yeah, because the world is about humans, and I do believe, and I know that we all come from Black. Lucy, that's the woman. Am I correct?
Yeah.
The oldest woman, the oldest character, the oldest that we can find is a Black person, right? Mother Lucy, am I correct?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. So everybody comes from Black people, even white people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is that white people supposedly went off into the northern country and they lost their melanin, they fucked up, okay? And then they came back crazy as fools. Everything, and pretend like everything needs something for money. But then a lot of Black people went along with the bullshit too, didn't they? See? Thing is, we need to all to come together as human beings and allow people to be Black, white, green, yellow, anything, and gay, straight, or whatever. That's what I really believe. Okay? But if it comes down to a race war, I know I'm Black, and every Black gay person knows that, so we're not stupid. How about that?
I know you're Black, brother.
Can I please say something?
I'm gonna leave it at that. I got a lot of stuff to say.
Oh, I'm gonna call you later on, man, if that's okay.
Yeah, you can. I told my brother Devion. That's my heart.
I love you, man. I appreciate you calling in. I love you.
Yes.
I hear you, baby. You hate me. I know he's married.
And lucky we're gonna get to you, brother.
I love him. He knows. See, and we talk from years from he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
He knows a lot more. It's a lot. Can I say that a lot that he's saying is come from me? I'm an old ass motherfucker.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hang up on this man, please.
I have never met him for his boyfriend here, his lover, his friend, his husband. I've never met Davion in person. We tried to, we never did, but that's my heart. And I was listening to him, no, I just don't play. And I wish I hadn't spoken so much out of turn with more intellect.
No, we got you, man. We got you. This is late at night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. We vibing. It's family talking. I don't censor nobody.
Because I speak I speak ignorance with ignorance, and but that's what I do.
No, but that's good. Look, I appreciate the energy of the person as they are. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I talk to you on your level, and if you get there and if you wake up from what you say, oh, he said this, and you're gonna have to hear me.
But you know what though, brother? I know you know how to cuss somebody out real bad. So if I need to three-way a conversation and cuss somebody out, I gotta call you to help me out.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
No, I know. But you got that gangster in you though.
Oh, it's gangster. These motherfuckers, you had to go out there hard, dog.
Not just gangster, but gangster. Gayster.
I got that too, whatever.
I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you. Before we get to Lucky and Davion, we have a caller here. I'm not sure what the number is. I'll just say Detroit. 313.
Brandon.
Okay, Brandon. I'm not gonna leave you out, Brandon. Come on and give me the minute or so. I said 15 seconds, but since we're wrapping it down, just give us a word on the show. Any little thoughts you want to say on the wrap up?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for us to have this. I wanted it to be a conversation, discussion, kind of sounded more like a debate or argument, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you for.
Well, thank you, and we're gonna have more. We're gonna have a lot more. Thank you, but keep talking, brother. Keep going.
But my thing is, from what I've heard so far tonight, because I'm also a black same-gender loving man, and what I've heard from those who had opposition of views, and from what I'm getting right now, is that it seems like the only way that we're going to unify is if it's under certain conditions. And the questions that I wanted to ask the entire time when I was listening to the people, and hopefully that can be answered the next time you guys have conversation, so they can probably take time to ponder and think about it, is what do you want black homosexual men to do then? What do you want the people of the community to do in order for you guys to understand what's going on? Because I feel like what's happening is that I thought this show was created in order, or this conversation was in order for people who are heterosexual to understand what's going on with us, because we understand how you guys feel. We understand your experiences. We understand what it is that you went through, or your experiences. But take the time out to listen to us, not try to listen to respond so quickly with something, but try to understand us. And even if we tend to disagree, at the end of the day, we can still come to a form of respecting each other and finding a gray area to really unite against the enemy. That's all I got to say.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Brandon. Lucky Star.
Thank you.
My brother.
I've been trying my best to be patient and not overtalk anyone today. It's just that I've been so passionate about what's been said tonight.
And you're good, man. There's no problem here, man, with your passion.
Whether you're heterosexual or whether you're homosexual, however you identify, I got love for you. I ain't got no hate in my heart. And to clarify what was said earlier, I do not think anyone on this line hates me, or do I feel like I go into the world and play myself as a victim. If anything, I am a survivor. And my only point, and the only point I've ever tried to make in this conversation, is not to defend an agenda, but to educate you guys on what it's like to be me, to walk in my shoes.
Beautifully said.
And that's what we have to, and before we can try to teach someone or help someone, you need to understand, and understand what their life has been like, what their journey has been like. You can't tell me what it's like to be a same-gender loving man. You can't tell me what that experience is like. I don't care how many people you think you have met or you have talked to. Just because you have had young brothers and sisters out here that has been sexually abused by the same gender does not mean that every homosexual out here is out to be predators on children or have been victims of sexual abuse. We're fighting against a machine. The machine is destroying the black community with welfare, child support, food stamps, the stuff that they're putting in our food. But that's a whole nother conversation. We're fighting a bigger battle here. All we're saying is listen to our stories, listen to our experiences. Don't try to throw facts and stuff at me. If it's true, let me seek truth. Who's to say that I'm not seeking that truth right now? The only relationship I owe anything to is my relationship with the God that's inside of me. But we got to coexist in this world and learn to get along. Just like the man said, why can't we all just get along? Well, ask yourself that question. That's all I got to say, man.
Beautifully said, Lucky. Yes. Like I was saying earlier, we go way back. We go back years.
That's why I'm still on this line, because I got so much love for you, Lance. Like, it's so hard to have conversations like this with people who just really don't want to hear what you have to say. They just want to spear their truth and all that stuff. And it's irritating because you don't know what it's like to be us.
Mm-hmm.
We're black. Before, yes, you're damn right. Before we were gay, we were black. And we're getting our asses kicked by the black community and the gay community. And any other community that looks at black men, whether he's gay or not, as less than. We get it the most.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody's a real man, it's a gay black man. Try being a gay black man, or try being a transgender. Walk in these shoes for 1 second and then come back and have a conversation with me.
Gotcha. Beautifully said. And
I still experience, just because I'm gay does not mean that I don't wake up and I don't experience the black experience, the racism, the white supremacy. We experience it just as much as you do. That's why I said earlier, you're not mad at us. You're mad at somebody. It's a deeper issue. You're not mad at us, but don't sit up here and tell us that you're basically going to tolerate us, and you want us to come to be a part of your community, even though you've kicked us out of your community. You want us to be a part of your community for your fight, but yet you won't even listen to what we have to say in our own experiences. You want to tell us what statistics say and what facts have said and all this and history and all that mess. All I know is I woke up one day and I said, instead of me looking at a woman, I was looking at a man. That's all I know. That's all my experience has ever been. Have sex. I believe in protecting myself.
Right. And it's been that way for years.
That came from me. That came from me seeking validation from the black community. That came from me seeking validation from the gay community. They came from me seeking validation from the black gay community. Only to come back home and come within myself to realize that I don't need to be validated by the society. But if I'm going to survive in this world, you got to fight.
Yeah.
You better fight.
You're right.
And if you got to fight against the black community, the black gay community, or the gay community, or the white community, or whatever other community that is out there, then that's what you have to do. But the point, and I understand, we all can agree that the black community is dying, not just because of homosexuality. What about these children out here who daddies have nothing to do with? They call themselves to be conscious, and I'm only speaking on a general.
Mm-hmm.
They call themselves to be conscious, but they won't even take care of their offspring. But you're mad at me because I live my life the way I live my life.
Right.
Let's talk about those issues. And we all know where it came from. The white man is sitting at the top laughing at us.
Mm-hmm.
I want to understand where homosexuality came from. I want to understand, why do I have these same-sex desires that I cannot get rid of? If we had a choice, trust me, I have not met not one gay man or woman that would choose to live the life of being a homosexual. Not in the black community. I've not met one person that chose to be that and go through the ridicule and just like the lady was saying, what she knew what it's like to be bullied as a woman. But guess what? Those bullies grow up and they become our bosses. They become our neighbors. They're still our family members.
Mm-hmm.
Your bullying may have stopped when you became a woman, but that didn't stop for me. And that's all I've been trying to say in this whole conversation, is that before you come in here and try to teach me anything, learn about me. Before you try to tell me about my life. Notice I didn't say lifestyle, I said life.
Mm-hmm.
Because every gay black man experience is different.
Hey, Lucky Star, it's
It's like every
Davion.
black man experience is different, but we all have similarities somewhere. That's what we need to get to.
Lucky Star.
Fight against the machine. Stop fighting against each other. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Lucky. Go ahead, Davion.
I want Lucky to reach out to me. Contact me on Facebook.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess my last little 20 seconds, I just want to say thank you.
No. You can take a couple minutes because, you know.
I probably won't need it.
Okay. And before you say anything, I'll say my little commercials now because I want you to have the final word out of respect. So I'm just going to say to everybody, contact me 407-590-0755. Text get through a lot easier, but you can still call me and I will call you back to text you also. Scurvmedia@gmail.com is my email. SCURVMEDIA@gmail.com. Download the Land Scurv app at the Google Play Store, the Amazon Store, in the Apple Store. It's free. It's not bootleg. It's not jacked up. You know, whether you agree with me or anybody disagree, whatever, reach out to me. Let's have these shows on really important issues. No matter what it is, we go in with surgical precision. Everybody gets to talk. Whether you want to interview, you want to vent, you had an experience, you want to blow somebody up on a job or some racist event or whatever it may be, no matter what your color, no matter what your background, no matter what your upbringing, no matter what category people would put you in, I'll talk to everybody, all right? And I try to understand and go beyond myself in my own narrow walk to understand where people are coming from. Davion, it's all yours. After you wrap it up, I'm just going to click the button. I'm not saying no more past this point. Go ahead.
I just want to say thank you, and I just want to say the LGBT persons, do not seek your salvation through straight people. They cannot tell you who you are, what you are, or speak for your experience. So continue to stick together and beast this shit like we are doing. And for my Black community, continue to be empowered and yield to Black beauty and Black consciousness and Black science and Black all of that, and continue to seek your salvation through whatever it is that resonates with you. And it doesn't take the majority in order to create change, because all things that have been revolutionary in society, all change that has occurred in society has occurred from a very small number of individuals. So we don't need to convince everybody of everything. We just need those who really about love, those who really about togetherness, those who really about that progressiveness to continue to do what they're doing, which is why society is continuing to move forward in different aspects. And that's all I have to say. God bless everybody.
Thank you so much, Davion. We're going to speak later on today. God bless you and everybody who called in. Take care. Good night.
Good night.